Everybody, and welcome. We'll call our regular meeting to order. April 14. Item 2 on our agenda is new councillor business. Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, where are you going?
You've got to sit down now. You got to stay.
I wasn't going to the washroom. I was just going to take my jacket off. Well, I think communication in the city is great. We get lots of great information, and we have lots of great information on the agenda today for council to review before it goes out. I had coffee with a colleague, former mayor, and he asked me a whole bunch of questions that I couldn't answer or was nonplussed about, and they were drawn from the newsletter that was sent out. And all I'm asking is, could we look at the newsletter before it goes to the public so that we can, if we have any questions about it, we can ask the writer or the source so that we're on top of that.
Okay. So to Jim, Brenda, comments?
Certainly possible, Your Worship. If it is a review so that you see it before it goes out, that's a lot easier than an approval where it would come to you and then you would wordsmith it and then there'd be an additional process. So
Okay.
if you're just looking to see it before it goes out, we can easily accomplish that.
Perfect. Thank you.
That would be fine. Then we can ask whoever. Yeah.
Sure.
Not trying to say we write it.
Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask a question along the lines of the communications. We have a communications plan now, and is that something that we've seen, or?
Through your worship, we do have a plan. It's a draft plan at this point,
Okay.
and departments are meeting to go over the plan and to set a series of steps that we're going to go through. And once we have the plan ready for council, we will bring it to you for approval before we begin
Okay.
any actions.
Great.
And it'll now include this distribution in it.
Okay.
So it's work in progress today.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Malkinson?
I was just going to second Charlie's motion.
Thank you. Did you make it by way of a motion?
Yes, why not?
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
why not?
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Wilbur has item in regards to our Council of Forest Industries meeting. She attended a
Yeah,
week ago.
so actually it was well attended. It's very interesting that it's definitely forestry still a bit of a man's world, except all the city officials were women that were there, so that was kind of interesting. No, it was well attended, and what was I think the most interesting out of it is it's slow but a steady climb in the U.S. housing market, which affects us locally in the sense of OSB. So we will see a higher demand for that locally. Also, there's a company that has come in and is taking over Tembec just out of Chetwynd, which will increase the need for product there, which affects our local logging industry, our local companies. So it was interesting to see that news. Another thing that was interesting is the bioenergy technologies and initiatives that they're coming up with. So they're really trying to eliminate waste and, similar to LNG, use their own product to create energy that they need in the mills. And part of that is reducing dust. So we've seen the fatal explosions and stuff in our mills. And so they're really trying to eliminate that. So they're coming up with some great initiatives there. The thing that I found the most interesting was the strong relationships in the Asian market that forestry's created, which has opened the doors for LNG. So there's a lot of new offices being opened up, and part of that is they're joining. So they're using wood on one half of their office, and then they have an LNG representative on the other one. So that was actually pretty interesting. India was, I think, the best presentation. So they're actually where China was about a decade ago, but they're very interested in BC resources, and so they're making it easier for us to get there and do business with them. The other thing that came out of it was, there's always talk about needing workers and stuff like that, and we need them for LNG and different resource sectors, but the forest industry is going to need 60,000 workers by 2020. So there's really, I guess, some bridges that need to be made there, because we're going to be competing for workers in both industries. So, excuse me, those are some things that came out of that. I was hoping they'd have the presentation links up by the meeting today, but they don't. But once they do, I will forward them, and they're really worth looking at, and what's coming forward in partnerships with LNG and forestry. I guess I've kind of had some busy time, so I'll just touch on other things. Trade show was well attended, and I spent a lot of time there this weekend, and I enjoyed being in the city booth. And thank you to Kiwanis for putting on another great show, and thank you to our city workers that set up our booth and took it down for us, and I appreciated that. What else have I done? Oh, I attended the Northern Health meeting on doctor recruitment, and then also the acute care meeting they had. So it was very interesting talking to them and seeing, you know, we're not unique in our needs, but getting other ideas from other people, and that Northern Health is making those steps to find out what we need in the north. So that was nice to hear. We had a lot of interest in our water fill station at the trade show booth when we first started giving out the water bottles, and people were going over and wanting to fill them up. So I was happy to see that, but unfortunately it was only on display. So they'll come to city cleanup and fill up their water bottles. Just a reminder for seniors that they can sign up for city cleanup. Rotary will come get their stuff. So if they get a hold of girls down in community services, parks and rec, they can sign up and have that done. So that, I guess that's kind of everything I've done. Oh, Easter extravaganza is coming up. I was asked to mention that. So please get out there and attend. And I did attend the PRLGA in Fort St. John with the rest of council. Thank you.
Councillor Malkinson?
Okay. Well, Councillor McFadden is disappointed, Your Worship. Perhaps we could let him go first.
Thank you, Councillor. I also attended the Peace River local government meeting, and I found it to be very worthwhile and interesting and time well spent. And the trade show was also, I think, a success. A lot of questions about water, and Reg was there, who was obviously able to answer them very, very well. And most folks are interested in the handouts we had, the budget portfolio, and the water bottles. So it was a good event. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Malkinson?
Good morning, Your Worship. There's just a few things that came to mind this morning. I, like Councillor McFadden, did also attend the PRLGA meeting in Fort St. John, and may or may not share some of the opinions that he has about the what was learned there. I suppose all of council very much benefited from the tour of the Calvin Crook Center recently, just last Friday, and I suppose it would be, I'm uncertain whether we'll be getting an update, because I believe it's every second meeting, but for the benefit of the viewing public, there was a flurry of activity when we were in there, and I was assured that all that can be done is being done to get it open as soon as possible. I passed out to all of you just recently the budget of the municipal library for this year. There was the increase there that was the result of a server upgrade that needs to be done this year. Also, the tour that Better at Home recently undertook, taking some seniors around town and getting them oriented with some of the possibilities with our transit service in Dawson Creek. It was a very, very a great event, and I think a lot of people benefited by attending. And perhaps I could get into another topic right now, if I could, Your Worship. It was regarding the strategic priorities, and I've noted in the past couple of meetings about my confusion about some aspects of the strategic plan. Asking questions more or less. I just wanted to ask maybe two today of staff, if I could, and I suppose the first one would be how staff is interpreting the role of the strategic objectives in our work for this year.
Through Your Worship, we're making the assumption that the strategic objectives are what you hope to accomplish with your strategic priorities. And so I would assume they are the goalposts. But they are more, in my view, for council's decision-making purposes rather than for staff's. An objective such as having a better relationship with the business community it's very difficult for staff to implement that. Firstly, we weren't aware we had a bad relationship with the business community, and secondly, I don't know what success looks like in that. And I don't actually think the direction is that if there's a conflict between a citizen and a business, I'm to take the side of the business. I just don't think that's what those strategic priorities are about, or objectives are about. So we'll focus on the strategic priorities on a staff level, rather than the objectives.
Okay. Well, I thank Jim for those words, but my second question was if there is, well, I'm wondering if it's as pertinent now, but if there was any sort of conflict that was perceived between the objectives and the visions, or sorry, in the vision and mission and guiding principles. And that's sort of a difficult question. Don't only answer it if you need to, or if you feel like you'd like to.
Well, again, Your Worship, through Your Worship, your vision are also goalposts. They're also council's reason for doing priorities. So to the extent there's any conflict, staff would assume that the most recently enacted goalposts are the goalposts. The vision is several years old now. I'm not aware that it was reviewed in this current round of strategic planning. But to the extent there's anything in your objectives that are different than things in your vision or your mission or your guiding principles, I would assume that your most recent decision overrides previous decisions. That's how we would look at it on a staff level.
Mm-hmm. That's been a great source of not frustration, but I'm unsettled by the idea that something could be out of alignment with our vision and guiding principles. You know, that's the question of where we want this community to be in the future. And until we take a vote to get rid of the old vision, and the old vision still stands. I just think that it's good planning for us to all be aligned and understand what page that we're all on in the future. So I'm uncertain what success will come of it, but I'd like to move that future strategic planning sessions ensure that outcomes are checked for compliance with Council's vision, mission, and guiding principles. Sort of a vision check. In the future.
So you're making that by way of a
Yes,
motion?
yes, sir.
Do you have a seconder for the motion?
I'll second it.
Second.
Discussion.
Councillor Wilbur?
For
Discussion.
Well, I just think that it would be a great addition to the strategic priorities process for us to ask ourselves the question, what's our vision and how do the priorities that we're considering get us there? I think that would be a great consideration to have in our future processes that we have.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I think it's always good to do a vision check. If we, by that we mean the whole package, the guiding principles as well, which I think this council, and correct me if I'm wrong, we did add one or two to that. The dashboard had a couple of statements in there that I can recall moving that they be added, but I think they were added. So this council has had some tweaking of the document that Duncan's referring to. But I think, it does. I'm not sure if anything that was being done is out of alignment. I mean, as the staff has alluded to, I would hope we would have enhanced working relationships with all groups. I think it's just a way of presenting the priority work that, why are we engaged in these 5 priorities, for what purpose, and the writer put forward 3 purposes, and whether we agree or disagree with them, they have been ratified by council. But I'm not sure that anything, like the first 2, I certainly think are embraced. The third one does have some problems with it, because I don't know. I think it could have been reworded, but it does say, well, are we going to be, I've been asked, are we now favouring some groups over others? And I said, no, that's not the intention. It's just that maybe council has identified that we need to strengthen something for this next 6-8 months, and that's how I've answered the question. But I have been asked outside of these council chambers about number 3. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kenny?
Well, before we vote, when would we do this, I guess? Is this what you're thinking, the next strategic priorities? Like
Yes, I was just thinking it is in addition to the future
For
future
future
processes that we
planning.
have. Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
like
this
not
is-
next week? Or
No,
All right.
no.
Councillor Wilbur? Or sorry, Councillor Schumann? Sorry.
I would support your motion, Councillor Malkinson. I think there's no problem whatsoever in us reviewing and ratifying our vision statements as we're moving into our strategic priorities planning.
Of course.
I have no problem supporting it.
Your Worship, for clarification, I just wanted to say that, well, that certainly, well, it'll all be, hashed together as we're going through that process. What I've sort of proposed here is that when council adopts its priorities, it checks its vision, mission, and guiding principles to see how those priorities align with where we want to be in the future. So it's sort of a maybe a retrospective rather than a beforehand, but yeah.
Fine.
Thank you. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
Well, everybody's talking about all the things that they've been up to, and of course I've been up to all those same things. One thing that I did find really interesting was the meeting on the doctor recruitment. And it was really interesting for me to see all of the work being done in communities around the Northeast with regards to doctor recruitment. And I'm not sure if, over the years we've felt that we have sufficient numbers of doctors or that we're well-resourced. So looking into the future, especially with the fact that our South African doctors are no longer permitted to move into the country. We're going to see some issues coming up, and I found that very interesting, and I'm hoping that our council may turn our eye towards looking at this issue of doctor recruitment. I don't believe that our facility inhibits us with regards to recruiting doctors, because we've seen a beautiful facility built in Fort St. John, and it's not helping them in their recruitment efforts. So I think it's something that we may want to turn our eye to in the future, and I'm looking forward to that. So PRLGA meeting Denny Morrison, that was so exciting. Sorry some of you didn't get to, but yeah, that was really cool. And what else? UBCM. I attended UBCM meetings in Victoria as a director at large, and it was really a marathon. We ran around that legislature talking to, I think we had meetings with 24 different MLAs and ministers while we were there, and we were really promoting and looking for some maybe a joint committee to be formed with government and UBCM to further and forward our strong fiscal futures report that we did at UBCM. So that was really interesting.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Wilbur, you wanted to talk about Mauser Block Party?
Did I realize I missed that?
Huh?
So yeah, I've talked to Al Cameron, and so they're just gonna get over the, excuse me, Easter egg extravaganza, and then they're actually having a meeting on the 16th, and they will plan then for a meeting that will focus on the Mile Zero Block Party. So I do believe They've made their application for street closures. They have a couple things they need to do to go forward with that, so I believe staff will be in contact with them about insurance. And I've notified them that they need to perhaps get some written support from the businesses downtown saying that they think it's a good idea and they're all for it. So that's what they'll be focusing on over the next couple of weeks. And then the Family Friendly Committee will set a date for another public meeting for volunteers and people interested in participating to come forward.
Great, thank you.
Great.
Anything further? Thank you. Item 3, minutes. Minutes of our public hearing on March 3rd, 2014. Councillor Parslow. Sorry.
Sorry, I was just, can we put all three together and just do it as one motion?
Okay.
I'd like to move with the minutes of March 3rd, March 31st, and both meetings of March 31st as presented be approved.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur, any errors or omissions in those minutes? Councillor Malkinson.
Just under the meeting of the 31st, the regular meeting of the 31st, it says that there was a resolution in new councillor business that didn't really make much sense. Maybe I could speak with staff about that after, because it's obviously a typographical error. Right in new
Which
councillor
one?
business, Your Worship. It says, Councillor Malkinson also reported that the Family Fun Day at the Bear Mountain Ski Hill was a very successful close to the season carried. There's no resolution.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll follow that through.
Duly noted, yeah.
Thank you. Any other errors or omissions? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Any business arising out of the minutes? Item 5.1, correspondence. We have a letter from Connie Patterson. Councillor Parslow.
I move that the letter be received and staff report back on the cost for us to consider whether we grant this or not.
Thank you. Seconded? Councillor Malkinson. Discussion. Councillor Schumann.
So this event is coming right up.
Yeah.
Is that something that will have to come back to a council meeting then to be approved prior to them being granted the use of our equipment? And how will that affect them moving forward if they have to wait another 2 weeks for us to decide on that? I think that leaves them in a bit of a pinch, if I could have staff comment.
Jim?
Through your worship, there would have to be a special meeting prior to April 23rd. April 23rd is the date that they need to move the dirt in.
Councillor Parslow.
On a matter of principle, I'm not refuting the comments made by Cheryl here, but I can't approve things if I know that are cost items if I don't have any idea what the cost is.
Councillor Schumann.
Could staff comment on projected cost of what it would cost to lend them our equipment for a few hours or whatever they need there?
Through your worship, I actually haven't done any costing on it. The way we would do that is we would take the number of, not actually specifying the number of hours they need, I'd have to find that out, and then I'd multiply it out by our charge out rates for those equipment. There'd be nothing in there as an allowance for whatever work those pieces of equipment were going to do over the same period of time, because I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Item 5.2, we have a letter from Connie Patterson in regards to the sponsorship for the Stampede. Councillor Schumann.
I would move that we sponsor, I think every year they ask us for a little bit for fireworks or something. Do we sponsor the event to that extent? I'm not sure what we do in past years, but I'd be in favor of sponsorship to the tune of whatever it is that we've done over the past.
Seconded by Councillor Wilbur. Discussion. Sorry, Jim, you had a comment?
Through your worship, you've already established a fee-for-service arrangement with the Dawson Creek and District Exhibition Association for the annual fireworks. You also get a specific letter from Connie regarding the equipment she wants, the manpower she'd like donated. This is a more generalized request for sponsorship. I think we're getting the same letter that many others are. So I think this would be a request over and above your normal. We will, prior to the event, get the normal requests, plus any specifics. Sometimes there's a light pole that needs to be relocated or something like that.
Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, I'm glad staff made those comments because my headspace along many things and trying to align council action with its 5 priorities, one of which is dealing with fiscal gap and so on. I'm not in support of adding anything extra. That's not a way, in my mind, of dealing with our fiscal gap issue. So I'm all for supporting this event in the traditional ways, but I don't think we have any. I'm understanding that this is something in addition to what we traditionally do, and therefore I can't support it.
Councillor Schumann.
So I then do not support my motion either. Because I don't know, I guess I was under the impression that we sponsored the fireworks every year, and that's obviously covered off somewhere else. So yeah, strike that. And so maybe, I mean, obviously, because I made a motion, it was
So we'll have-
seconded, we can vote against it and then bring it in for information, and let everyone know in our viewing public that, you know, the exhibition is looking for sponsorships and sign up for that.
Thank you.
Anyway, let's vote.
Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Defeated? We have a motion for the letter received from Connie. Councillor Schumann. Councillor Parslow seconded. Discussion?
We're receiving it for information, Your
Yes.
Worship? Okay.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Item 5.3, we have a letter from the BCS, Southeast BCS PCA. Councillor Malkinson.
Your Worship, maybe a preliminary question to staff. Is this does this comply with our sign bylaw?
Through your worship, no, it does not. The current sign bylaw allows this use, which is basically third-party advertising because it's the correct zone for that. The issue is how the sign is erected. Your bylaw calls for this to be either a building sign or a sign that is on a freestanding pedestal, or anyway set up as a freestanding sign rather than attached to a fence. And as you may recall, we have had some controversies in the same zone for signs on fences. So if you waive the bylaw for SPCA, I believe, for instance, Mr. Chandler, for whom you did not waive the bylaw, would likely
Come back.
revisit his request for a
Yes,
waiver.
yeah.
Councillor Malkinson.
I apologize if Councillor Parslow had a preliminary question as well, but
Not
I'd
a
like to
question,
move
no,
that
I was just.
I want a
we
motion.
receive this
Yeah,
for
motion.
I'd like to move that we receive this for information.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for the motion to receive for information? Do you have a seconder for the
What?
motion to receive for information?
I'll second it.
Wilbur, Councillor Wilbur. Discussion.
Well,
Councillor
question,
Wilbur.
I mean, ordinarily I would just jump in and second any motion to receive, but I think we need to, if we pass this, we need to have a second motion upholding our current policy, and or is that assumed, Jim, that we would do, and we decline this request?
Well, so through you, your worship, the letter actually says, are we able to hang the sign on the dog fence, or would we need to hang it on our building? So the only way they could hang it on the fence is if you did a waiver. If you don't do a waiver, staff will just be back to them explaining that they're going to have to basically locate it where their current sign is.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
I just wanted to point out that this sign is actually 8 inches by 5 inches, so it's like a plaque, and it says dog shelter donated by, and then the local. So They don't have that information in there, but that is actually what that sign reads. So it's a little different than advertising or what Carl Chandler was asking for were much bigger signs. They were actually 4 feet by 4 feet. So this is actually the size of a plaque.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
And they can put it on the building.
Yes?
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
In light of this new information, to staff again,
Bombshell.
does that change anything from the staff's perspective? I'm not on top of this particular policy.
Actually, when we reviewed the sign bylaw does suggest even if you had a plaque the size of the computer screen, you'd have to put it on a pedestal. So we may need to do some work on that. But for now, the safest thing is for them to put it on their door or actually internally to the building. If they wish, it could be anywhere inside the building. So.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann?
So if we move this for information, staff will get back to them and let them know what they can and cannot do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Councillor McFadden?
I was going to second Councillor Schumann's motion.
I think it
We have
has
a
been
motion on the
seconded.
floor.
I think we've got a
Let's-
motion
Already
that has
We
been
have a motion on the
seconded.
Let's
floor.
move this along. Let's move this along then.
Councillor Malkinson?
Our administrator says that some work needs to be done. Does he mean
On the bylaw.
on the bylaw? Okay, so we will not pass a resolution after this. We may or may not pass a resolution after this, but probably won't, about upholding the current policy.
That's not on this motion. This motion is that we're going to receive this for
I
information.
said may or may not, but
May not.
might.
Further
Yeah,
discussion
there's may not.
to receive for information. Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Tried to keep it hypothetical.
Full moon today. Must be. So it's 9 o'clock. We have our delegations. So I want to move into our teeny break.
So we don't have to have
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2-minute break.
Fine, you?
Our first delegation we have is Melanie Turcott from the city of Dawson Creek, and delegation in attendance to our Earth Day proclamation.
I thought I'd be walking in with a black flag for the environment.
Holy.
Oh, did you bring me plants again? You didn't, did you? Those are for you guys.
Good morning, everybody.
It's Earth Day first, Mel.
Oh, Earth Day's
Earth Day first.
I'm sorry.
We're doing Earth Day first.
Okay.
But I really do like that other one.
Okay.
So good morning, and I'm going to read our proclamation. And whereas the first Earth Day was celebrated with the goal of inspiring environmental awareness and encouraging the conservation, protection, and appreciation of our nation's natural resources. And whereas it is the responsibility of each of us to safeguard the environment by recognizing that all human life depends upon the earth and upon one another for our mutual existence, well-being, and development. And whereas the steps we take to protect and preserve our natural environment through education, partnerships, and positive actions should be encouraged in the city of Dawson Creek. And whereas the citizens of Dawson Creek are committed not only to the protection and preservation of our environment, but also to the restoration of our ecosystems and habitat. And whereas the city of Dawson Creek proudly recognizes all who participate in Earth Day for their dedication to taking a proactive role in shaping the future of our environment and in protecting the city of Dawson Creek's precious natural resource. Now therefore I do hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2014 as Earth Day, and urge all our citizens to be mindful of local, provincial, and national laws which protect our environment, and join in efforts to preserve the beauty and wonder of the land, skies, and water of the earth in all of its diversity. Congratulations.
Oh,
it's the rule.
What did you build me this year?
Congratulations.
Sweet.
Come on in, you guys gotta get up front and get a picture.
Spinach, lettuce.
Come up front. And so,
Well, we got some chive and dill and some lettuce and radishes and tomatoes and sweet peas. And we do this on an annual basis. We started last year and we just like to watch it grow. This has been a week of growth already. We planted them on Tuesday, so, yeah.
congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, baby.
I'll put the proclamation here for you.
Oh, thank you.
And money.
It's my favorite.
Thank you.
Next.
And next, the next proclamation is Melanie and
Karen, Erin.
Karen and Aaron on superhero in our community. Pitch in week.
Erin.
All right.
Counselor Wilbur can't, she knows.
I'll help you out, but you can start.
Whereas hundreds of thousands of Canadians show their concern for the environment in their communities each year by participating in Pitch in Canada projects to reduce, reuse, recycle, and properly dispose of waste, clean up and rejuvenate local neighborhoods, green spaces, ravines, waterways, and illegal dump sites, restore habitats, and to establish composting and recycling projects. And whereas Pitch in Canada, a national community-based organization comprised of eco-action and community volunteers, believes that maintaining a quality environment and encouraging civic pride is everyone's responsibility. And whereas Pitch in Canada encourages voluntary action to keep communities clean and beautiful and restore and maintain a healthy environment. Now therefore I do hereby proclaim and invite all citizens in our community to actively participate in the week of April 20th to 22nd, 2014 as Pitch in Canada's Be a Superhero in Your Community Week in Dawson Creek.
Yay.
Come on up. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you for your efforts, you guys.
Yes, right. So we have a challenge going from school to school and even from classroom to classroom to create a video to show what that school has done on how to reduce, reuse, and recycle. So we're hoping that we'll get some good responses. And Councillor Wilbur has somebody coming with her to go videotape if they want it done a little professionally. So.
And then it leads into our cleanup day, just because it's not quite dry here in the area. So then we have seniors pick up scheduled May 5th and 6th. That's Rotary Clubs volunteer to do that. And then we actually have the cleanup day scheduled for Saturday, May 10th. And so we have, I believe, 62 areas that needs to be cleaned up within our city limits. And we're ahead of schedule. I think we've got about 35 groups already signed up. And a lot of the schools are participating in that as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'd like to take a minute to provide the mayor with additional. in your office.
I think I do know that
What is
superhero.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Thank you, Melanie. As always.
Can I have a picture of you with that?
Be a superhero.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want.
Oh, it's so cute. I love the type.
Who was that master?
Turn this way.
Da, 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 da. He's everywhere, he's everywhere.
Good job,
Hard to
Mel.
concentrate on. Thanks, Mel.
Funny.
I don't know, Your Worship. That didn't come with the job, did it?
I think it does.
I didn't
I thought so.
sign up for that one. Yeah, I did. And next up is Duncan Redfern and delegation in attendance re annual day of mourning proclamation. I'm actually mourning right now as a result of that.
I want to see it in your office.
Whereas the Day of Mourning was initiated by the Canadian Labour Congress in 1984, and whereas on April 28th each year, the annual Day of Mourning is now recognized worldwide And this year, commemorative events will be held in BC on April 28th. And whereas the day of mourning is a day to take time to remember lost coworkers, friends and family who lost their lives, disabled or injured in the workplace, and those afflicted with industrial disease. And whereas we earnestly seek to set an example and reflect on our commitment to the issue of health and safety in the workplace. Now therefore I do hereby proclaim April 28, 2014 as the annual day of mourning in Dawson Creek. Mayor's a hugger. Come on in, buddy.
Where's that camera again?
So thank you.
Yeah, I'll just start here. So we have Veronica Murphy, our president of our local QP. And on April 28th, we'll be hosting a public ceremony outside at the Worker Memorial. And we invite everybody to participate. That will be followed by a barbecue at the fire hall just to honor this event. And I believe Veronica has a couple words she'd like to say as well.
And we'd like to see everybody there, and if you're not able to attend, if you can remember on the 28th, just to take a moment to reflect on all those people who have been injured or who we have lost in the workplace, not just here, but all over. That would be great. Thank you.
Time, Duncan?
It'll be at noon on April 28th, which is a council meeting, so we'll have an opportunity to get over there.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, next up, our next delegation, item 6.4, we have Jen Slater, Shauna Labatch from NEAT, and the students from the Dawson Creek Secondary School are in attendance regarding an invitation to the Dawson Creek Secondary School Student Waterworks Conference that's being held in the community on March 7th and 9th. So welcome, and if I can get you to come forward to the table and you can tell us about your conference. Welcome. And good morning.
Oh.
Good morning. I'm Jen Slater from Northern Environmental Action Team, and I drove in from Chetwynd this morning. I'm the Chetwynd Eco Advisor.
And I'm Shanna Labatch. I'm new to NEAT and new to the community. I met you, Mr. Bumstead, at the last meeting. Nice to see you again. And we're here to introduce some of our students. Well, actually, we'll let them introduce themselves since there's a number of them that showed up on their own time. They're missing some of their other classes in order to be with you today.
Should they hate that?
So I'm Haley.
And I'm Nicole.
I'm Darren.
And I'm Allison.
And we're grade 10 leadership students from Dawson Creek Secondary School.
And we're going to have a water conference from May 7th to 9th.
And we would like to invite the council to it.
So the water conference begins May 7th at 10 a.m. is the registration, and it runs through until May 9th in the evening. We have some exciting speakers coming in from all over. Dr. Opio is going to be here from UNBC. He's one of our keynote speakers. We're also having several different events take place. There'll be some tours, and on the 9th there will be a corresponding very friendly debate led by the students with some parents and teachers, open to whoever actually would like to participate in this event. It is going to be the one debate question, just for fun. San Francisco has recently banned the sale of water bottles, so we're going to do a debate on should Dawson Creek ban the sale of water bottles, why and why not. The other debate question will be kind of on the tail of an event that's taking place at the Atacama Event Center the same evening regarding the pipeline, the proposed pipeline to the Peace River. So the students are going to do up a mock debate on that as well. So you're welcome to join. That'll be, I believe, at 5 p.m., but we're still just working out the fine schedule details.
Your worship, is that at 5 p.m. on the 7th?
On the 9th.
On the 9th,
for the
okay.
pipeline debate.
Yeah.
Yes. So, yes, we'd like to invite everyone from council to join us at some point through the 7th to 9th for our student-led water conference.
One of the little projects we've been working on in the classroom is we're building a water bottle canoe. So you might see that floating somewhere. Maybe at the pool.
down the Dawson Creek.
Is there anything else that you guys would like to add about why you're excited about it, why you showed up this morning on your own time?
I just think it's really important that everyone understands our needs for water and things like that and how we learn through that in school.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden.
I just missed the part about the water bottles. You're proposing a ban on sale or use,
We're
or
not proposing anything, it's just
Okay.
a mock debate. Just,
Okay, yeah.
Because San Francisco has,
Oh.
they've banned plastic bags and now they've taken that big leap to ban the sale of water bottles.
Okay.
So we are just doing a mock debate on should Dawson Creek do this, why or why not.
Okay.
Yes.
And will that debate include plastic shopping bags?
Absolutely not. We have our reusable bags.
Yes.
You know about.
Yeah.
I'm
I have a car.
curious.
I have a car full of them.
Are you done yet?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
I'm
Councillor
just curious about the
He
San
didn't say
Francisco
he
thing.
is.
So did they ban the sale of water bottles throughout the whole community, as in grocery stores, or did they just ban them for sale in their city facilities?
I think
I-
they have the authority to in the United States. They were able to.
Throughout the entire city.
That's what we understand. And part of what we're gonna be doing now until that debate time is research.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're teaching the students and they're actually, they helped come up with the questions. So we said, you know, we're not going to put a cap on what they can ask. And so we thought, well, this would be interesting. It might draw a bit of attention and some learning, you know, so.
I think there's some post-secondary institutions that have actually implemented a ban of water bottles on their campuses too, so you might Google that, see if
Yes.
there's any.
Thank you.
One more thing is we had submitted a letter to the city of Dawson Creek for requesting the use of the water fill station at this event for the 3 days. So
Perfect.
just to touch upon that, that request still stands. And we did sign on the board as well at the trade show for that.
Mhm. So I just wanted to point out that it's a very busy week for us. We have a local government association conference that we are attending, and we'll do our best to get out to these events, but it's a really busy week for us.
Yes, the PRRD said that as well. So.
Yeah.
So you have a barbecue as well scheduled for the 7th?
We do.
Yes.
Yeah.
And could you just tell us a little bit about that?
Well, and Canada is sponsoring the barbecue. We're hoping to recruit a few of the firemen to come and barbecue for us.
Nice.
Yeah.
And it's at what time?
I believe it's at noon. It's a lunchtime.
Yeah.
It's the lunch barbecue.
Okay.
So at noon. Yes.
All right. Councillor Parslow?
Could you send a detailed agenda
Yes.
for the conference so that we have the times and locations?
Yeah, we're having a meeting with our boss today to sort of work out some of the details as new information has been coming in. So we'll make sure we send you something that you can, you know, if you have even a half an hour to pop by, or
Mhm.
depending on what your schedule's like for that busy week. Yeah.
Just
Ooh,
one,
14 John.
Councillor,
Oh, yeah. Oh, right.
Councillor Parslow?
second point, you know, this issue around disposable water bottles, just a suggestion, because I've talked about this for some time with different groups. You know, it might be good to clarify it, what you're talking about, because some people think we're talking about these large containers that
yes.
people take home to their rural residences. They don't have drinking water that they fill up at various stations. You're talking about the sort of the handheld,
Yes.
1 liter, 2 liter bottles. Is that
We would
correct?
call them disposable water bottles. But
Okay.
we
You might
recycle
want
them,
to
so-
clarify that.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe I haven't been clear in talking about this in the past with some other with people in the community. It's the disposable handheld bottles. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Single use. Yeah.
Recycled.
Single use.
So,
Yes.
and I will be attending the barbecue. I'm going to make sure that we have somebody there, and so I'll be at the barbecue at lunchtime for the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and feel free to send, you know, spouses and whomever else to
Children.
represent.
So it's open to like all the students and obviously.
It's open to the public.
and So beat my children to
Yes,
get them to go.
absolutely. We encourage that.
Councillor Parslow?
Just one last question. In my diary here for the Thursday, May the 8th, I have already shore water.
Yes.
Oh.
So
Yes.
how does this
That's ours.
interface?
This
part
is
of it?
actually, we're coordinating with the city for this portion, and that will be held at Encana Center. And we'll be, I think they're gonna be putting up posters, they were just printed on Friday, so they'll be putting up posters throughout the community on that specific part of the Surewater.
And that component is open to the public, and it's just sort of come and see, meet, and look at various displays.
We'll be at the same venue as you at the Encana Center on that day. Sorry, I got the date wrong. It's the 8th, not the 9th. That the debate for the pipeline will be held, which is also the same evening that the Surewater talks are being held.
That's
On the
our
8th.
That's our meeting on the 8th.
Yes.
Well, if not wishing to deflect, what on the we have an actual meeting the evening of the 8th.
Right.
Yes.
But during the day of the 8th, it's a series of displays at the Encana Event Center, isn't it?
Jim?
Yeah, so there's the public information part of it, which is open during the day. Then the students are going to come in and do a mock debate about whether we need a pipeline or not, or an actual debate about a mock subject, but that will be open to the public. That'll be held around 5, I think. Then at around 7, we'll kick off the Surewater Forum. So people can come to all of those.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Anything further? So thank you so much for coming this morning and updating council on your planned conference, and obviously you put some effort into making sure it's a success, and we want to wish you all the best in the conference, and we'll do our best to support it however we can. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you for having us.
It's gonna be till like 10 o'clock.
Our next delegation this morning is item 6.5. We have Mr. Dean Clark, the Regional Vice President of Global Spectrum Facility Management, and Ryan McIver, the General Manager of our Encana Event Center, in regards to their annual report presentation. So, good morning, welcome, good to see you again.
Good morning. I'm going to time myself.
Excellent.
Just saying. Just before you say it, I'm going to say it.
So we'll give you a 1-minute warning, okay?
Good morning, Your Worship. Thank you for having us. Today with me I have Andrew Nash and Shannon Dunsmore from the building in the gallery, and Dean Clark, my Regional Vice President. And Dean will, as we're coming back at 1 o'clock, to give you a bit of a further in-depth analysis and information. Dean has some comments at that time. But specifically for this part, I just, as we do every year, is we review the activity from 2013, and in your council package was the actual annual report, the glossy side of it. But then we sort of break it down into a sort of a presentation format as well. So with that, I'd just like to sort of go through and summarize some of those activities for you. So 2013, if you can believe it, right, was our 5th year anniversary, which was great. We celebrated that with 6 sold-out shows. We had an exceptionally strong calendar. We broke 2 attendance levels with Eric Church and Loretta Lynn, with almost 5,000 people in the venue for each of those. We were the only secondary market to do 2 nights of any artist in Canada, and specifically with Jason Aldean. We also, in 2013, were ranked number 2 in Canada for our capacity by venues today, and ranked number 4th in the Pacific Northwest. We also made some reinvestments back into the venue with food and beverage, improving our food and beverage capacities and abilities. Radios, uniforms, tables, and a few other items over the 5 years. Those items have sort of, worn down, broken down, etc. So reinvesting back into that. Our 2013 financial, the audit was completed and submitted to Ms. Wolf. And of course, as we do, we produce a annual document or management review of the Lakota Agriplex as per our management contract. Again, I provide the definitions just so you have an idea of where the numbers, sort of what falls in the numbers. But you can sort of see with the financial performance of our actual budget. And really where it comes down to is that we had a really great year, that we beat budget, and we were ahead at the end of the day by $95,000. So which is really great news for the community. So the budget was 155, and we broke it and exceeded it by $95,000. So I think it's really good news for the city and the community. The next sort of slide that I have, I just really wanted just to talk about some of the fan stats. So our events are getting stronger. Obviously, our attendance in some cases directly tied to the genre and the type of event. But some of the other interesting numbers is our cyber-based database. We have over 28,000 people in that database. And then as you can see, our Facebook and Twitter numbers of when we started at the beginning of the year and where we ended out. And today I was talking to Brent, who's in the gallery as well. We're over 7,800 people on our Facebook page. And if you were to look at the other venues across Western Canada in terms of their Facebook pages and likes and stuff, as a metric, we're well ahead of many other the venues. The other thing that's interesting for you is refocusing our marketing dollars. And so we give you two examples of where we made a small investment in some electronic and digital marketing and sort of the return on investment that we're getting in sales. So we're now tracking and have with the ability of technology and social media and all these different things where we make an investment and we can actually really track those numbers to see what is working within the marketplace. So for example, for Evolution Extreme, we invested $500 in a digital marketing campaign and it returned $15,000 in sales. So that's a really great return on investment for that. The other thing that we're doing is we have been surveying our fans, and we do post-event surveys. And so as on the next couple of slides, you'll be able to see some of those responses. This is not all the data that is in the post-event surveys, but it's sort of the sampling of some of the most important, or we feel the most important information that's there. So, did you enjoy the event? Largely, yes. And we sort of expect that. And as you go to the next slides, we sort of, dial down. Are you likely to purchase again, right? And you can see the numbers, very likely, and 82% said very likely. Who did you attend with? This is good information for us, and it's sort of intuitive, right? We sort of know what that is, but it's again just putting, really validating what those numbers of what our beliefs are. The next sort of two are probably some of the most interesting for us, which is how many events do you attend in a year? So, we have 40% of our fans who responded to the survey are coming to 1 to 3 events, 4 to 6 events. We have 5% coming to 7 to 9 and 4% coming to 10 plus. And then we have that 31% no response. And I'll explain the no response in a second as we go to the next slide, is did we exceed your expectations? And I know Councillor Parslow and I talked about this on Friday, I believe.
Yeah.
And Ms. Wolf as well. And really, with these questions, it really comes down to perhaps the positioning of the question in the survey, how far down it is, et cetera. It also could be the number of opportunity or the answer, the choices that they have to answer it. And in some cases, as Councillor Parslow said, in some cases they had no expectation going in. Therefore, they didn't really have a response to give. So we're in the process of retweaking the survey to move the post-event survey to move that information up. So hopefully we'll get a better response rate on that, and also looking to change the question to perhaps get an answer instead of no response. Fan stats as we look at ticket orders. So in terms of all the ticket orders, and it's important to note that ticket orders isn't the number of tickets, it's the number of orders. So in one order, you could have 10 tickets or 8 tickets or 6 tickets or 4 tickets. So we're talking about the number of orders. So you can see the distribution. It's important to note that the other, we're really going far afield, right? Outside of that community, of our region. And when we look at the top 5, it's important it's just the top 5. 37% Dawson Creek, 31% Fort St. John. This is the first time that Prince George really made it in all the years, and that's attributed to the events that aren't going to Prince George. So Jason Aldean, the Dixie Chicks, Megadeth, etc. And so we're seeing their fans coming to our community, which is great news. And then you can see the other. I broke out some of the others, and those others, that 20%, Tumbler Ridge, Chilliwack, Moberly Lake, Mackenzie, etc., those all around those 2%, the 1%. So they're significant, but we sort of use that 3% threshold. As we look at the top 5 Alberta orders, 39% Grand Prairie, Beaver Lodge, Sexsmith, Peace River, other. And that other is a big animal, but that's purely just because of the number of smaller communities on the Alberta side throughout the whole Alberta sort of peace region there. And at 1 o'clock when we come back, we'll give you sort of that historical narrative of the history over the 5 years and where the numbers are growing and moving. So the other thing that we wanted to highlight is for you is sort of the green initiatives that we're doing. And so last year in 2013, working with Matt and the city and the staff here and our staff, we were able to save approximately $100,000 in cost savings of implementing the energy plan that we did for the complex. So we start, moving on that, working with the city on their initiatives and cost savings and collaboration with that. So that's great, as well as, and we'll do it again this, as we have these long breaks in between some events, we literally go around and we start consolidating all the fridges, turning all the power off right at the breaker so there's no draw on any of the pumps. And all those small little draws, those little ampages, etc., have a huge impact on the numbers. And so we've been really focused on really that energy conservation, and that has that impact of savings of $100,000. Although the increase this year with BC Hydro, it still should be it's still a great step forward. Last year we also re-switched the lighting in the Lakota Agriplex over the stall. So instead of all the lights are on, I think we have every third or second light on. And so just reducing the number of lights on, still getting the same coverage, etc. But that has an impact as well. We also reducing our the cleaning side of it in terms of the chemicals. So we have the Orbio, which is electronic. The water's electrified, and so it's just as good as any other, or better than the cleaning chemicals that are out there. So we've gone to the Orbio system, and then we've also, in the end of the year, we upgraded along with the help of the city to get rid of all the metal halide lights within the building that are a huge energy draw. So we're making those steps, and we're continuing this year to make those steps as well as part of your capital plan as well. It's important to talk about the community. So this year we went into the community more so than other. We went to Grizzfest in Tumbler Ridge. We went to Grand Prairie Bud Country, Dawson Creek Community Sign Up in the Fall Fair, where we took our box office, went to the community, saw our fans. We had great feedback. We created our own event, in-house event called Touch a Truck. Many of you were there. We had great response of, for the kids and the families getting on those vehicles, right? And I think it was a great success. And then, of course, last year and this year, the staff at the venue took part of Pink Shirt Day against bullying, standing up against bullying. The other, I think, important thing that to talk about is that what we do back to the community. Although we can't give money, or we won't give money because it's your money. What we do is we give tickets, we give autographed items, etc. And you can sort of see we've given out $38,000 worth of tickets, autographed stuff, and that's where those nonprofits, etc., can really make a difference with those items. It's also important to note that there's opportunities for nonprofits to work in our concessions, and they make revenues off of that. So there's lots of ways for the community to benefit from the activities of the venue. I think it's also important to highlight for you as we look to 2014 some of the things that are looking to impact in our 2014 business, and we'll talk a little bit more about this at 1 o'clock, but the number of events compared to 2013, 2014 may be the same. The difference is in 2013, they were all front-ended, the first quarter, the first half of the year, whereas this year, they're all sort of shifting to this, mid to end of the year. So we're sort of looking at that and that booking cycle, and we're being conscious about that and always looking to how does that impact that bottom line for us and for you. It's important to note, as I think that you've heard, and I know we've shared and had support from from council in terms of the liquor policy changes that went out. And we're very happy to say that the recommendations were put forward to the liquor government. And so there's a potential, because it hasn't happened yet, where we'll be able to sell spirits within the stadium, which is an opportunity to increase revenues. Those margins are higher. But we're still waiting for that information and or whether or not we will do that. That's still up for debate. It's important to note that we're only allowed to 4 to 6 suspensions in our business to our license, so that's problematic to our business, but we're working through that. We've seen, based on the number or quality or caliber of our events, that we're having more scalping happening, and so we're taking steps to limit that, limiting sales to the United States, etc. So we are taking steps to help the local fans in that. The Canadian dollar has an impact to our business, right, as it's mostly US-based driven. So we're taking that 10% hit with the payment of the artists and etc. So the Canadian dollar has an impact. So we may see more artists come to Canada because it's more beneficial to them potentially, but it's perhaps more expensive. Use of space with the capital plan moving forward and concreting this area gives additional opportunity for some space. As we announced a couple of weeks ago, TELUS made a significant improvement into the venue, investing over $400,000 of their money, private money, of putting a cell tower effectively within the entire complex, which is great news for the community.
We can tweet out from concerts.
Tweet out from concerts. We're preparing for the renewals in our club seats. We have made a dedication to allocate resources to create in-house events and decrease those dark days, to really move forward on trying to, just not rely on that outside market, right? But really be entrepreneurial and go down that path of working with more partners, try to grow maybe some of those smaller events into bigger events for them and do that. And finally is just really for us to implement further implement the energy management plan, move forward on the strategic priorities that we've that we did last year, and Jim has a copy of that, as well as keep moving forward on the business plan that was presented to you back in 2012.
How much time do you got left?
I'm good. I'm under. So with that, that's what I have for you right now. I'd be more than pleased to take any questions, of course. And we'll be back, I believe it's 1 o'clock right before, as you start your budget meeting, to give you a little bit more breakdown of some of the numbers and information.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow.
Just one commendation and one question. When Matthew presented his energy report, I was delighted to see that so much of the savings that had occurred at Encana was through staff initiative, and that's great. Rather than technology, you had obviously engaged in some heavy thinking, and that was great.
Thank you.
I don't understand the liquor policy change thing, and I have other questions we may ask at 1 o'clock, but what's the 4 to 6 suspensions, Ryan? Can you tell me a bit more about that?
So what happens is our liquor license is classified as a stadium license. I think there's 12 or 7 to 12 in the province of BC. And so what happens is that our venue is different than, say, CN Center, et cetera, where we have we have a massive upper lobby, right? And we have the lower lobby. So we have this opportunity to use this additional space to do other functions. And so what happens is our liquor license has to be live base. So we can't do a function and serve alcohol unless it's a live driven. Primary focus is live. So it has to be live entertainment. It can't be an auction. It has to be, comedy, stand-up comedy, live performance. And that's the primary focus. So what happens is, for us, what we have to do is, if we wanted to do someone wanted to do a banquet and serve beer, wine, whatever it is, we actually have to suspend our liquor license, and then that nonprofit has to go get a special occasion license, et cetera, et cetera. But because of our success in the last several years, we have tried to suspend our license so many times to help the community, et cetera, and generate more food and beverage revenues, et cetera, that the branch, liquor licensing branch, has come back with a revised policy saying that we're only allowed to suspend, stadiums are only allowed to suspend their liquor license 4 to 6 times.
So the way around that is to have entertainment at every function?
Live,
Yeah.
live.
Would you
Primary
send the
focus is
mayor
live.
to be the entertainment, stand-up comic
Yeah.
and entertainer?
He's been called that.
Pardon?
Councillor Schumann?
So that has the potential to affect, like the Little Black Dress Affair, all those kind of, the RCMP regimental ball, all those kind of things,
So-
unless there's live entertainment.
So yes, it impacts it. The fact of the matter is that those events are not, the primary focus is not live. And so what we do is we manage those 4 to 6 licenses. 4 is really what we have, and then it's the other 2 are discretionary by the branch. But Little Black Dress, we suspend because the primary focus is not live. It is a fundraiser. So we are very careful and cautious and look at those revenues and expenses in terms of cost-benefit analysis to the venue and to the city, right, in terms of what that is.
Councillor McFadden?
Well, no, but I could sing if you need a live.
I can do a mean sock puppet show too. So.
I just a quick question about you said you were ranked number 2 in Canada in the 2 to 5,000
Yeah,
range.
2,001 to 5,000.
2 out of how many? Like if it's 2 out of 3, it's not that big a deal. But if it's out of 50,
McFadden.
Well over 50.
yeah, okay, 50, then that means something. Yeah.
Well over, yeah.
Yeah, then that's an important ranking. Thank you.
It's a very important number.
He wouldn't have told us about it.
Councillor Parslow?
I want to go back to this suspension of license issue. You know, the province is supposed to be modernizing its, liquor licenses, liquor laws and all that stuff. What I'm hearing seems to be very antiquated approach to things. Is there a role for us to try to work with our MLA to get a more community-minded spirit around, no pun intended, over this liquor license stuff?
Jim?
Through your worship, we did in fact make a submission to the government review on that topic. We made a couple of submissions. One was about the license suspension issue. Another was about spirits served throughout the building. We had success on the one end. Our advocacy was received and found its way into the changes around spirits, but not around the license suspension. So you take your chances. I would like to say on the presentation, though, when the Encana Event Center was, well, it wasn't the Encana Event Center then, but when the Event Center was originally conceptualized by the Council of Wayne Dawson, they were looking for a couple of things. They were looking for a community amenity for citizens here and in the surrounding area, and they were also looking for an economic development driver. If you look at those figures, the folks who are paying for it, which is Dawson Creek and the surrounding rural areas, constitute about 22% of the ticket orders. 78% come from outside. Fort St. John at 18%, Grand Prairie at 15% are nearly as large as Dawson Creek. So I think it's certainly succeeded in turning those roads around. The roads that always used to carry Dawson Creek residents out of the community now carry Fort St. John and Grand Prairie residents into the community.
So, thank you, you guys, for coming this morning, giving us an update. Obviously, strong, from my perspective, when you see the $100,000 beat on the budget from 1.55 to that's $100,000 for us in terms of what we're participating on behalf of the community into the operation, which is a significant amount, in my view, to what we do for this community and how that impacts us financially. So that's a great job for you and all of the folks who are involved in that center. So our appreciation to them.
Of course,
and
thank
to you
you.
guys.
No problem.
Thanks for coming this morning. We'll see you again at 1
See you at
o'clock.
1. Okay, now we need to screen, right?
Surprised to see him looking so energetic after this weekend.
Next up, we have Reg Witten from our watershed steward in attendance regarding our watershed stewardship in the Upper Kiskatna River
You gotta
report.
set up something
On
and
program.
take a little break?
You can run this down.
Yes,
Yeah.
needs to come down.
Thanks for coming this morning. Brad Whitman's going to give us an update on the water stewardship work at the Kiskatna Watershed. So welcome.
Well, thank you, Your Worship and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to present an update on the work of the Watershed program. This really is a rolling up of a lot of the reports that you've been getting over the last few years now. Actually, the regular monthly meetings I've been updating on activities of the program, and this is really a chance to sort of see what the picture is, where we're at in terms of the program, and some recommendations about how we can go forward. Okay. So the ultimate question is about water supply management and watershed protection in the Upper Kiskatna. How well are we doing? And the overarching question we're getting, quite substantially over the past few years is how viable is the Upper Kiskatna as an ongoing water supply for the city? And so we have to ask ourselves questions about what is our progress on assessing the watershed and managing it for both water quality and for supply. And a lot of the directions that we are taking, I just want to emphasize, comes from both the management of the water license and as a water purveyor under the Drinking Water Protection Act. And I think you'll find here that the recommendations they're saying are quite consistent with what the Chief Medical Officer is saying with respect to source water protection as well, in terms of water management and watershed protection. So here again is our three major sub-basins of the watershed, looking up to the top end at Bear Hole Lake, 2,800 square kilometers, and roughly a distance of 170 kilometers from the Bear Hole Weir down to Eris. Going back several years then, the designation of the water supply as a domestic water supply has been in the plans, and all the work that the city has done over the past 20 years in asserting its interests with respect to watershed management. So there's the whole system. We added, of course, the reclaim facility and eventually out to the piece, so we show the whole cycle. And I put this graphic in just to help us really appreciate the whole integrated system that the city's been working on for all these years. This idea of the water strategy is a source to tap. So there's the component of watershed stewardship, the storage, there's issues related to what's happening in the urban setting, stormwater management, all the conservation practices and policies, and finally waste treatment. And within all that is this idea of the system metering, monitoring, and maintenance. So as we look to implementing it ourselves, we've got regulators that oversee this from the various agencies. We've got all our internal system for managing it, and obviously public oversight to make sure we're listening and operating and making changes as needed. Ultimately, if you're doing all these pieces together, you are looking towards some kind of a real ability to have a sustainable system. So here are some interesting developments. On the water supply management side, we want to focus on how much water basically are we seeing in the system, and certainly what else is happening around those that are also using the water system. So the industry are making a lot of innovations, which I want to also highlight, and that we've had an opportunity to meet with them and go in the field. And Mayor Bumstead, you were out on this tour out at the Encana field, so you can see the operations there. So here's a picture we've presented before. It shows the changes in the river system. These would be called the average flows in the river, so to speak, from the whole total Kiskatna. So the river is measured on a real-time basis at the lower Kiskatna by the Curve River Bridge. That's where the federal station and the provincial, they have a partnership in monitoring. So this is real data, and the dashed line is the last decade. So when we look at the dashed line and we look at the going back as early as the 60s, we're seeing a change in the peak flow, the amount of water that comes off in the early spring, and how that's slightly shifted now towards a slightly earlier peak in the spring. We still get the same peaks in the summer, generally the peak storm events. But an important thing to point out here is just what happens in the winter times. So the low flows that exist in the winter time are usually less than 2 cubic meters a second. So those levels are actually the low threshold that the city has to manage its water. So you're actually I just want to point out, in 2010 and 12, you were managing the water as if it was in the middle of winter, essentially. That's basically what we have here in this system, and you've been able to do that quite well. So here's that threshold, and here's that magic number. So we were restricted to 2 million gallons a day, or less than 9,600 cubic meters. Now, if we look at some of the changes then, here's just the graph on the right. It was basically what happened last year. So you can see the peak, and the interesting thing there is the peak actually happened on May 7th last year. So historically, it's about the third week of May, and last year it was slightly earlier. And we had a little contest at the trade show, and we asked people to guess when they think the peak would be. We had about 100 people enter that, and we're going to find out before the end of May. So if there is a little bit of rain, again, we watched the changes that happened. So we had big snowpack, early melt. We didn't have a lot of freeze up before the snowpack happened, so a lot of that moves into the moisture, into the groundwater. So these are the things that we have to understand as we try to manage and see what's coming to get ahead of the curve, so to speak. Now here's the graph, and I had the benefit of the recent data in the last few years that you can see there in terms of the amount of actual flow that's pulled from the river. So there's that lower threshold I mentioned, roughly 9,000 cubic meters a day, or 2 million US gallons. But there's the upper threshold. So that's what you could take out of the river. And that amounts to about 3.3 million cubic meters a year. So you can see over all these years, the city's actually been managing to use much less than it could. So it's a function of storage, it's a function of what this water treatment plant can put through, and also a factor of your conservation policies. So the recommendations I'm putting forward, mentioned before, just want to, I think, put this out there now that when we ask ourselves, well, just how resilient is it? You know, we know climate change factors are happening. We know there's a lot increased, there's various types of demand out there. We've got a certain assessment, we've got a certain amount of data and research. Well, let's ask our other experts out there, hydrologists that are working within government. What do you think? If you had a set of questions, what would you go through and assess the viability of that source for continuously meeting needs? And I'm going to point out here, in terms of numbers, that the city only uses about less than 1% of the total annual flow. So we have to always keep in perspective. It's a matter of how do we use it and managing it with the investments that have been made to date, the Bear Hole Weir, the Eris Weir, and other options. We've discussed previously and during the Surewater program that additional system storage is definitely a viable and important option to consider. We've also presented the idea of storing water underground. Now that's being done in Parksville as we speak, and their operation is going to be operational very shortly. I think they spent about $8 million on their project. It's one of those options that if you have capacity, and you know there's climate change and there's evaporation that happens off of reservoirs, that a lot of communities in semi-arid regions in the US, for example, are really going to that option. So that is certainly there as a potential. We ask ourselves, what about other supply potential in the watershed? I mean, that is there potentially to also investigate. So there is other surface lakes and et cetera that could be investigated, and storage that at a lower end cost potentially could be investigated. We've mentioned before about groundwater supply at Eris. We believe what we're getting from the research that we've done and the drilling that was done below Eris, that supply option can be fully also explored. That there's basically a river under the river. And we have to, I think, understand what's happening in that river and how we know it charges quite readily in the upper system, which is why we had flows in 2012. So there was no flows down in the lower Kaskatna, there was flows in the upper because of that groundwater feeding the system. Obviously, continued demand management and conservation is something that's being pushed, and with the new act that that's coming, we certainly can do more on the conservation planning. And of course, the alternative supply options are always there as well. Now, here's the picture again of the proportion of use. So number one there, in terms of the total allocation, this is all the licensed water. So roughly 7 million cubic meters are allocated in this particular year, 2007. And you can see a lot of the water that is shown there is for the city, but there's a lot of water that's also tied up by storage at One Island Lake. So they're not releasing that water. They've got it weird, but the overflow does flow into the East Cascana. And then comes Ducks Unlimited, for example. They've got a license, a continuous license. And then the only major change factor is the oil and gas industry and what they're taking. So back in 2011, it was roughly 576,000. But that changes, and that changes every year. So here we go forward to, actually that's not 2011, that's 2012 and 13. I'm sorry, there's a mistake in that graph. 2012 and 13 data. And we can see the gas industry, this is strictly the upper Cascatna, had a license allocation of about 6.5 million cubic meters. So that's roughly double of what the city's allocation is. And that license was renewed, basically automatically renewed from 2012 to 2013. Now, the important thing here to point out is that they only use a tiny, tiny percentage of that allocation. Less than, basically hundredths of a percent.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, certainly.
So you say they only use a tiny percentage of that allocation, but they could use up to the full.
Yes,
They could take 100% of that.
they could, just as we could, as the city. So the only ones that are usually basically fixed are One Island Lake, Ducks Unlimited, we got Ministry of Transport, you can see there. Now, we don't have full numbers here showing for agriculture, but we have to always consider that we've got this bulk of water that's maintained and reserved for agricultural use, whether it be licensed or not. So there are some that are also licensing water, and some are involved in the with the gas industry and using water there. But so we're always buffering, okay? So just going through some of the things that we've done. We did the release flow out at Bear Hole starting in the fall of 2012, and that continued again last year. Doing assessments in the watershed, lots of various types of research. So we want to know what's happening, how clean is that water. I can tell you that I was actually drinking out of that water source. Chelsea didn't think that was a great idea, but I did anyway. So up in the top end, and certainly didn't get sick from it. It's very clean water at the top end, obviously. So we've done lots of initiatives there with UNBC. That project wrapped up last year. We've now started to pick up and understand more of what's happening to the aquifers. The deep aquifers, we got a cross section, and we were able to build on the data from the Montney Water Project. We partnered with UNBC to look at the big picture in terms of various connections around the use of watersheds. We partnered with Environment Canada on a riparian stewardship project that was wrapped up last year, and that was an attempt to look at how do we manage the smaller river systems. One interesting thing is the snow survey and monitoring program with Forestry Lands and Natural Resource Operations. So we invested in a weather station to gather snow data, and now is turning into a project that we've had a recommendation for a UNBC project, a 2-year project, to start to improve spring forecasting. So I'm recommending that we take that opportunity to proceed with that, for a couple of years to do that. And I think that's a valuable tool. So there's a lot more that we can do on water quality and monitoring. And one of the big things we want to understand is just how can we manage Bear Hole Lake? Well, how much water is flowing in? How much can we manage to take out? And we found, just from our observations, is that it's being maintained and topped up, even in the super dry year. The big thing then is focusing on source water protection plan implementation. This is a voluntary plan. You were not ordered to do so by the province. When Rod was here and he initiated those back in the early 2000s, the idea was we knew the Drinking Water Protection Act was happening. We wanted to get ahead of these issues. But the government agencies are not required to be full participants in that. So the Drinking Water Act doesn't ask that they are fully accountable to that plan. It's really a voluntary thing on the part of the agency. So we do what we can on our own, but I think we can actually go a lot further in ensuring that the agencies are actively involved in that. So we expanded the water quality program, and a big significant step was this water quality risk assessment. Not that we're picking up on issues, but we know there's a lot more development activity, and we want to know what's happening where, and where can we actually monitor further. We've done the sediment surveys in the Brassey, focused on there. We think that there's a lot more that can happen to improve on controlling sedimentation in the Brassey. And ongoing industry consultations. I'm meeting regularly with the companies in a regular meeting. So here's a picture that shows you, we wanted to say, okay, we wrote the plan in 2006-07. What's happened since that time? So the pipelines you can see in red, that's all since 2007. A lot more right-of-ways that have been constructed. And you can see the numbers there that the consultant put together. So from that time, we've seen those numbers that you can see there in terms of total kilometers. And as we go forward then, we ask ourselves what else is happening in other sectors. So we can see a change in red. You can just see the limited amount of extra logging that's been happening. Some of that logging is related to mountain pine beetle salvage, and the rest of it is largely aspen harvesting. So not a large amount, only like 34 square kilometers total out of 2,800 square kilometer area relates to the logging side of it. Certainly a key question that we're asking ourselves is, how are the wastes being managed within the industry? So we check in the system, we sample in the sediment, we sample in the water column, a list as long as our arm, everything that we can think of with respect to Canadian drinking water guidelines. And the results are not showing that there's detectable levels. So we know the systems are being managed quite well. And anybody that works in the industry knows how diligent they are about the slightest spill. So the question then becomes, just what is there if there was ever such an event of truck spills or that, not just reacting to the emergency program. This idea of this program is to say, we want to know what's there and we can actually potentially sample it and perhaps do the periodic audit. So we're not duplicating anything that the industry or the government's doing. It's a matter of saying, this is how we see implementing the Source Water Protection Plan. And in fact, it's what's required of you. In the Act, you're required to do these kind of assessments and periodically understand those risks. So there's various camps, facilities, and the big shift that we're seeing is away from this idea of open sumps to closed storage. Industry's very clear to say that we know very clearly that there are things more that can be done to respect what we're doing and the dependency on this watershed. But what we... Yep, running through. We're going to zip up here. So the upper part of the Kaskatna then, there's areas that we can consider higher risk and moderate risk, and we're asking for a little bit more protection. We've asked that we put forward a letter on designated watershed status, and I think that can make a big difference. Getting a protocol with government to actually implement the program, doing more to collect data in the field, focus on wetland storage, and then we've talked here about this shift now to hiring a technician and having this oversight role of the water program. So obviously the public awareness, you can see all that through your summary presentation. A lot of activities that have been going on. With respect to that, continuing to work with various groups and making that whole connection to other regional level of initiatives. We've provided a lot of input to government on its Water Act and its Northeast Water Strategy. Partnerships are all part of that. I just want to highlight a few there. This idea, we think that the idea of this interagency water working group is now taking a positive new step and that we can formalize that. We've got new tools to share information through a portal, and that just makes the whole idea of information sharing much more feasible. So just getting into some conclusion here is that the idea of setting up this current industry working group is critical. Perhaps a water system committee to look at the idea of information sharing with stakeholders and the idea of a watershed council, I believe is really now timely to talk about that. Rolling up the recommendation there on looking at the viability of the system, doing the water balance study, and maintaining the kind of communication resources that we've got. The Facebook program on the program is well received. So there's the linkages. We report to the regional drinking water team. This council could respond to a regional and could have an interface there at that regional level. I won't go into the details here, but there's different components that you deal with the program and potentially how you actually do the different pieces of watershed management, from planning to research and finally reporting out. So that's the kind of structure it could look like. You've got a board of directors, you've got an interagency working group, you've got the federal partners, and you can then, this is really the typical model that's being used around the province. So Cowichan, Okanagan Basin Board, they all have worked in this venue. So that's the program, and that's the update. There's lots of work that goes into source water protection, and hopefully we can make some real good positive steps in getting some of the integration. And certainly my recommendation is that those requests be made formal.
Thank
So
you,
thank you.
Ed.
And we had a draw from our weekend thing here that I thought I would ask. We do. So,
Did you hear that, Dale?
if that's all right, we just a bit of an impromptu thing. We had a draw from the trade show. We had great participation. So we thought, whoops. I won't do that. I'm not looking. So we had a chance to dig in. Somebody's going to win all the conservation. Can you
Oh, way
pick your
deep, way deep, Dale.
Brian Stradaluk, Leah.
name? Okay. So Brian Stradwick from 759.
759.
He gets to win all of the wonderful conservation.
Yeah, I think it is.
All right.
Thanks for that.
Reg, thanks
Thank
so
you,
much.
Reg.
Thanks,
Thank
Reg.
So is there a number of things that we would consider under mayor's business? Is there a number of things that they're asking for mayor's business?
I'm not sure if we do or not, to be honest. Charlie, go ahead.
Well, I think I'm reflecting the same message that Cheryl does. I mean, this is information that we need to process, and there's some carry forward items, I think. So there's quite a piece of information there. I don't know how we're going to handle it. Is it best handled by some action items being brought forward by admin at a future meeting? And Reg be there as a resource person, or I wonder how. I don't see how we can handle it as we usually do as mayor's business, because this is
Big important stuff.
and I have questions that I'd like to ask. And Reg has made some recommendations implicit in this presentation, so I would like us to make it as a topic for agenda, perhaps.
Sure.
Rather than under the mayor's business, not.
And it can't come under mayor's business because there's too much there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jim?
We wanna
Certainly
do
at your direction, your worship.
Let's
So
do
we'll,
it.
go ahead.
Let's do it.
So we'll bring it back through as a report back to council with a special meeting
Yes.
with Reg involved to address some of those specific components around those future components that we need to address and concern.
Sure, we're more than willing to.
like
Okay?
it.
Thanks
Awesome.
very
Thanks,
much.
Reg.
All right. Do we need a motion for that?
Probably best, your worship, yes.
Councillor Malkinson, Parslow, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Reg, thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Mayor.
Our next delegation this morning is Shannon Kish in attendance regarding their appeal hearing for their business license suspension of Rackham Up Pool Hall.
Yes. Yes, I'm all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, you're Shannon?
I am Shannon
Okay,
Kish,
great.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So, I don't know how to start this.
So, obviously, the suspension of the business license is the issue that you're here this morning to speak to in regards to appealing that suspension.
Yes, I am.
And so you want to, I guess, go through it and maybe update council on why you feel the suspension or the reasons why you want to appeal the suspension.
Uh-huh. I don't know. I am not sure how to word this. Sorry. Just give me a minute.
Sure.
Okay. Oh. Okay, I am the owner of Rackham Up, and I am here because I'm accused of being associated with drug dealers and stuff, which I own a business. People come in, so I just got the letter from the city saying that they revoked my business license on this grounds.
Right.
So I'm here to appeal that it is not true, so, my knowledge.
Yeah. Okay, so the process that council would go through is when we have the process of the information from the RCMP put forward to us of the illegal activities taking place within the premises and within the operations is why council would move forward with, through the building bylaws, to have the suspension of the building permit, or the business license.
Yes. Okay, so.
Good morning.
Hi. I'm Daryl Kish, I'm his brother.
All right,
Yes.
good morning.
Well, what's happening here now, like I say, is for some reason they've been being under surveillance. I don't know why, because there's a lot of activity goes on. Yes, people come in and play pool, all kind of stuff. Yes, they come and go. And then, yes, they had a shed in the back. When they first got the business, it was already there. It was loaded with garbage and stuff like that. So they, like I said, they cleaned it out. They made it into a little bit of a comfort room because cold outside, go for a smoke, stuff like that now and then. So then, all of a sudden, now they're getting accused of being a drug ring. That's where they're dealing with drugs and selling drugs. I've been there myself lots of times. I've never seen no dealings going on whatsoever. I mean, I've been in there, I don't know how many times I've seen ex-cityman Ian Eggerson and Ron Howard in there playing pool. I've talked to them. They like the place. A lot of people in the INS companies have been there, bring their students there, kids there to do things like I see. And yeah, clearly you got a bad apple now and then coming through some places, but that happens everywhere. It's like saying Walmart has shoplifters. Well, we'll shut them down or revoke their license because you got shoplifters. Convenience stores have armed robberies. That kind of stuff happens. There's always a bad thing that happens now and then, but as far as I'm concerned, I've been there, like I said, myself and another for over a year now, and it's very clean to me. I've helped them renovate it and stuff like that. They have a games room, stuff like that, and they're converting convenient to a little kitchenette thing for local places for people to come in and have a quick little snack and stuff like that. So I don't know what the problem is when it comes to the RCMP coming through there. Yeah, there's, like I say, council, like I said, they've associated with a few people that deal. They don't know that kind of stuff. They're supposed to frisk everybody when they come in. I don't know. They found a coat supposedly with some marijuana or something in it. Oh. You got to frisk him all? He didn't know that, like I say. So.
Councillor Malkinson.
Good morning, gentlemen. Shannon, and your name, sir? Sorry?
My name is Daryl.
Daryl.
Yes.
So it's nice to meet both of you. Perhaps, well, I figure as you mentioned this, I wonder if you had the opportunity to read the public letter from the RCMP to the city.
Well, I've kind of briefed through a few episodes of it, like I said, but I've been, like, as I work in the oil patch, so I'm
yes.
not.
Oh, of course, of course.
Straight, so
yep.
when I come in, and of course I just got this kind of stuff and just briefed through, and all of a sudden the meeting was today. Okay, well, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think that there's some information in there, including, well, perhaps Your Worship, maybe for the benefit of the of those present, we could read the summary of the letter for the recommendation for the suspension of the business license, if you permit it, if that's all right.
Yeah.
During the course of this investigation, police observed both legitimate and criminal activity taking place at Rackham Up. A large number of people associated to the drug trade in Dawson Creek spent a significant portion of the time at this business during surveillance. Police seized cash money from the business, which police believe to be proceeds of illegal drug trade based on the explanation, packaging, and positive indication for a narcotic by a police dog. Police believe that the shed on the property was specifically remodeled and set up by Shannon Kish to conceal illegal activities taking place on the property of Rackham Up, including the use of both soft, hard, and intravenous drugs, along with the distribution of cocaine. The business owner has admitted that this business is frequented by children as young as 10, and it is particularly disturbing that this is also being used as a place to consume illicit drugs ranging from marijuana to needle drugs, with the admitted knowledge of this taking place by the owner. I'm just helping. I'm just trying to frame the discussion here. This is the communications that have been provided to us. This is what we're trying to grapple with right now. And that's the reason that we're having this discussion today.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And it is a business where people come and play pool. They come in, they play pool, and they leave.
Mm-hmm.
I have got no evidence whatsoever that they're doing anything illegal in there. They come in, they play pool, and they leave. They are my customers.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot.
As far as the back room, like I say, that shed, well, it was there already, like I say, it was loaded with stuff. It was chock full of stuff when we first started getting it. Well, then of course, like I said, they cleaned it out a little bit, stuff. Yeah, there's all kinds of debris and stuff, and they don't know what was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly a bundle of needles, well, that probably was in there
Before?
before. Like I say, we don't know what was in there, just a pile of junk in there. They cleaned it all out, yes. Then they made a little convenient room to it, yes, just to have a smoking room, yes. And as far as heavy drug lords going through there, drug rings, no, I have never myself, and I've been there lots myself,
Mhm.
because, yeah, it's my brother's place. I like playing pool too.
Yeah.
But I like to have a smoke, and sometimes it's cold, so you go inside the shed and have a smoke, yeah.
Mhm.
It's a little minimum, but, as far as anybody buying and exchanging marijuana or drugs like that, I've never seen that.
Hmm.
And I've been there lots. So,
Hmm.
Councillor McFadden?
because there's the odd, you know, you get the odd bad apple that, yeah, that has that rap to them, well, they go into the business, well, where else do they go? You know, I mean, they go to 7-Eleven, they go to Walmart. It happens.
The
Just
bowling alley?
unfortunately, that's there, the bowling alley, yeah.
Councillor McFadden?
Good morning. The RCMP conducted a search warrant at some point in time here, and during that search they found two, I think, separate caches of money, and the police dog indicated that the money had been contaminated with a narcotic.
All money is contaminated.
With a narcotic.
You could go to the bank and withdraw money, and it is contaminated.
With a narcotic.
All money is contaminated.
Okay. And then
80% of the money is contaminated.
Okay, and then we have the shed that was there when you took over the operation, and then
Yes.
you subsequently cleaned it out and put in a couch and a wood stove or something like that.
A pellet stove.
Yeah,
because
pellet stove, yeah.
It was 30 below out, and
Yeah.
when my players my customers would like to go have a smoke, it's a warm place for them to go have a smoke.
Sure.
So that's the reason it's only like a 10 minutes in there, whatever, because that's all it takes to have a smoke.
But you
Because
left.
they pay by the hour.
Yeah. But you left this needle disposal bucket on the wall, I understand?
Well, no, it wasn't on the wall. It was, I
I think it's.
don't know exactly
well,
where it was found, exactly, so,
Okay. Thank you.
yes.
Anyone have any further questions for the delegation?
There's a gentleman in the delegation that wishes to speak as well, Your Worship.
Somebody else want to say something?
Yes. Yeah.
My name is Eric Nelson. I've been an educator in the town for 27 years and a patron of Rack 'em Up since it began. And I just have a few concerns. One of them is that we're talking about belief here, and belief is defined as whatever an individual is willing to accept without verification or without supportive evidence. Mental acceptance of a proposition or statement as true on the grounds of apparent authority, and the apparent authority here is the RCMP. And they carry a lot of weight. But the burden of proof is not on Mr. Fisk in this instance. The burden of proof is on the RCMP, and if the RCMP members were certain that Mr. Fisk was a drug lord, then he would be incarcerated, or at least he would be charged and be on the way. Reasonable and probable grounds to believe that narcotics were used or sold on with Shannon's knowledge, or that he lives off the avails of monies by distribution or sale of drugs. To me, having known the man just for a year, I think is preposterous. it smacks a little bit of McCarthyism that we are here today with a man who is trying to set up a business. He works in there 12, 14, 16 hours a day. You don't see a lot of money floating around. He's doing all the work himself, and with the aid of his son, Jory. And it's a place where people can go and recreate, and there could be 50 of us who are ordinary community members who use this facility. The building out back is unlocked, and that's a mistake. It should be locked at night, and it should be absolutely cleaned out. And my understanding is that Mr. Fisk wasn't warned about this, and that he hasn't been given a set of guidelines saying this is what you need to do to maintain your license to do business in Dawson Creek. And I'm certain also that if you were to do that, that he would comply with all of those. But he is being judged on the basis of a few patrons, and I don't think that that's a fair judgment.
So I'm just going to read the last paragraph, the last statement so we're guided by the RCMP in terms of the information that they provide to us as council.
Yes.
In terms of the activities. And so I just want to read the last sentence. It is particularly disturbing that it is also being used as a place to consume illegal drugs, ranging from marijuana to needle drugs, with the admitted knowledge of this taking place by the owner. And so that's a strong statement from the RCMP, and it's not something that we're saying it's a belief or it's an assumption. That's a statement by the RCMP to us. And council are guided by that information from the RCMP, and so that would be the direction that we would take in terms of.
I understand
Right.
that you're guided by information, and you need to have accurate information to make an accurate decision and a fair decision. And Shannon has said, yes, I know that people use drugs. People go outside and have a Coke or whatever at any one of the bars. If the RCMP members were to go outside of any of the bars in Dawson Creek, they would find paraphernalia that was drug related. And Shannon has said, and openly said, I can't control what my patrons do. I can only control them within the boundaries of my business. And at that point, I would suggest that judging him on what happens outside, unless he has security people out there, is an unfair judgment.
And I'm assuming then the difference is where the back building, where the activities, where they find the drug paraphernalia, et cetera, is part of the business as far as I'm concerned, in terms of my belief, in terms of how the function of, whether it's the pool hall, inside the pool hall, or that's all part of the premise.
And
Yeah, right.
I would say that you're absolutely correct, and it's reasonable to say that anything on the grounds is Mr. Fisk's responsibility.
Right.
But I would also say that he's in the process of renovating all of this to start up a business, and I also have said that he is working incredibly hard to get it all cleaned up, to get the building inside is the major focus at this point. Getting tables set up and getting the whole facility. I've been a pool player for my whole life. I've had to defend being a pool player my whole life. I've had, when I was a phys ed teacher at South Peace, I took my students to balls because it's a lifetime sport. It's something you can do when you are no longer able to run and jump and play in different ways. And we need those kind of places in Dawson Creek. It's incredibly important that we have areas where people can recreate, and including our young people, and they need to be safe and clean and in the absence of drug paraphernalia. I agree with that totally. What I don't agree with is that Mr. Fisk was responsible for that paraphernalia being there. I think it's highly wrong to say that on a belief that he should be smeared with this. It's defamation of his character. And that's wrong. And when it's written down and when it's passed around the community, that's wrong. Anyone who has ever been accused wrongly of something would stand up and say that that's wrong, on a belief.
Jim?
Through your worship, the license inspector acted primarily based on the admissions that Mr. Kish made in his interview with the RCMP. They're in your brochure. I suggest you review them. I'm not going to go over them for the reasons Mr. Nelson is talking about, but they were certainly the reason the license inspector acted.
One of the things that we're dealing with too is a man who is maybe not aware of how he is saying things, and they can be misinterpreted. And so when you were reading the letter and his affirmation that these things are happening, perhaps we have to modify them, not with his compliance or with any sort of he's not making this happen. It's happened, and I think that if you were to lay out guidelines stating what your requirements are, that Mr. Fisk would comply with them all. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions?
Like I say, as far as that shed thing, he was not quite aware of what the situation was over that. He's well aware of it now. It's gonna be locked. It's, like I said, it's not gonna be used for that purpose anymore because unfortunately it was something, I guess, that wasn't supposed to happen. He's well aware of that. That's
Thank you.
rock solid and cleaned up and so on. Because
Thank you.
like I said, it's a business, yeah, I like playing pool too. It's fun to go to.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
Yes, my name's Corporal Rutledge, I'm with the RCMP.
Good morning.
I was the one that was involved in the investigation. I may say a few words because
Yes.
based on the information that's been passed around, I just want to clear a couple things up. First and foremost, the investigation that resulted in a search warrant being executed at Rackham Pool Hall on February 28th was not as a result of Mr. Kish. Mr. Kish, his name has never come up in our investigations as a drug trafficker. So I just want to make sure that's perfectly clear to the community, to Mr. Kish himself, and to those in the delegation today. However, it was focused based on a drug trafficking network in Dawson Creek, which, as a result of our surveillance, we spent a lot of time at Rackham doing surveillance. It was during those times doing surveillance that we observed activities taking place in the shed, which we believe to be illegal. And that was further summed up or confirmed by both information from confidential informants and surveillance, and then subsequently when we executed the search warrant and found the paraphernalia on the 28th. So I just want to be perfectly clear, there was no information that Mr. Kish was involved in the drug trafficking or that it was taking place inside of the building itself. That being said, the police had some serious concerns about the activity that was taking place in the shed on the property under the business license of Rackham.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you. We appreciate that. Further questions, comments? Thank you. Sorry?
I should just, one of the gentlemen asked about the money that was found in the building.
Okay.
Did you guys, the money that was found in the safe, or at least me and my husband's money, that we worked hard for and saved up, and we've had proof of that and given that to the RCMP. And the money that was found in the filing cabinet was for, pool league fees that players have paid up front. So if that's what you wanted to know, where the money came from, that's where it was from. And we also let the RCMP know that too.
Thank you. Thank you. Further comments, questions, council? So our role today is to decide if we're going to hear and deal with the appeal or uphold the appeal. And do we deal with that immediately? Yes, sir.
Can I say anything?
Yeah, you may.
My name is Jack Chapman. I've got a history here with this town as a BCTL man for a long time, trusted, and I've got a mental health problem. I have a depression that I deal with, and this place has been the best thing for me this winter. Without that, it's really tough. There's not that many places that I choose to go to. I'm not good at bowling. Pool has been something that once this place was here, I just thought, wow, finally, I've got something I can do all winter. I'm there all the hours. And now to know that this might be shut down, I've witnessed everything inside there for all the days. I've never seen one. People don't even smoke cigarettes in there. They don't smoke, they don't swear, they don't do anything. Maybe you people should take a little trip down there one time and just see what goes on for your own thing. And just to see that that is an asset for this community. That's all I'm just letting you people know. It's a huge thing for some of us. And that's something important for this town to have. That's all I have to say. I've never witnessed one thing there that inside that building that was ever illegal. Never.
Thank you for that.
My name is Roy Blanchard. I'm a member of the community for 15 years. Known Shannon for a long time. Played pool for 35 years. Great sport. And one thing I'm not understanding is this surveillance. What do they call surveillance? Under surveillance. Are they in the shed? Is that surveillance? Is there somebody in there, surveillance? No, there's nothing going on there. I go out there and smoke all the time, cigarettes. I don't understand what they call their surveillance. You tell me. What is surveillance? Under surveillance? Somebody tell me?
It's Your Worship,
Anybody got that answer?
I'm presuming that's a question to the RCMP, but you're addressing council right
But
now.
who's got the answer? We're under surveillance.
You're asking the wrong people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. As far as I'm concerned, it's a great business. I'm in there all the time. And this is a joke.
Well, yeah, no, it's not a joke to us, though. It's certainly serious to us.
He's been in trouble. Since that place is open, he's been out of trouble. We go down there all the time, play pool, steady. People come and go, lots of kids, and it's great for the community. You have to have things for kids to do. And pool is a great thing for kids.
Yeah, I certainly I couldn't disagree with you on that. The question of whether it's a great recreation or a great activity is not the issue for us today.
But I just don't understand the surveillance.
Yeah.
What's under surveillance?
This board
They
is.
say it's in the shed, so is there somebody in the shed under surveillance?
Thank you. Further discussion, further questions for council? Yes, sir.
I'm Brian Balmforth. I'm a longtime resident here too. I ain't the brightest or sharpest pencil in the case, but pardon my cold. But I neither drink nor do drugs nor smoke cigarettes or any of that stuff. But I do play pool. These guys are pretty. These pair of guys are actually pretty outstanding guys. And if there's a problem with this business, I think it'd be best to set up, like I said, some guidelines, like Eric was saying. Set up some guidelines and have him conform. I mean, look at the Silverado, or what we used to call the Park Hotel. I've been here forever, right? That place was like Nightmare on Elm Street place, right? I mean, we had prostitution, drugs, and everything going on in there. And that place should have been burned to the ground by regular citizen standards a long time ago. Well, I'm not saying burned, but done away with, right? But what happened to them? They got slapped. They got punished or whatever happened, and they rehabilitated the place. I don't know. They got suites up there now for oil guys, but at least the business stayed there, right? And this little business, it's just a little business, this tiny little business over here in the corner, and it's really close to the police station. It's not hard to monitor it. Set up some rules, some guidelines, and let them go ahead with their business. It's important to me. I played pool all my life. I used to own a pool hall here in Dawson Creek. we all talk about cross-border shopping. There's a place in Grand Prairie that has a pool tournament every Saturday. And a bunch of us, I'm serious, like usually half the tournament was consisted of players from Dawson Creek going to Grand Prairie. We not only went there to play pool, wives go along, they go shopping or whatever, right? Since Shannon's opened this business, they haven't had a pool tournament over there. It's been shut down because they have not enough entries. And where do they go? They go to Shannon's for pool tournaments, right? So, just saying that. You know, I'm kind of naive and I don't know everything that goes on. I've never been inside this damn shed and I don't care to go in there. You know, that's not, I don't smoke, I don't go outside to puff cigarettes with everybody else. But, I mean, if you can keep this business open, it's important. Pool halls have been, long been a part of this town. I owned a pool hall here myself. I've worked in pool halls here. And it's been and they keep going. It's a really tough racket. It's a real tough business. Very hard to make money at it, especially with the internet and everything else. And we see his struggles. Like, he has no money, this dude. We know because we play pool there, right? We understand how it is. And you know, I just think that you know, pool halls are going to be there, and why not try to set a standard and say, here, we'll grant you your license, but here's what you need to do. And let's get it done, you know, instead of shutting them down. I mean, it's just a small little business on the corner. Big money talks. I see lots of business. I mean, my wife works in one of the local hotels. They find needles in the bathroom there every day. Does that hotel get shut down? No, it's a multi-million-dollar business. We can't afford to shut it down. But maybe for the sake of all these people that have come here to try to keep this place open, maybe we shouldn't shut this business down either.
Thank you. Further questions, comments?
Under mayor's business, we'll deal with this?
No, we deal with it now.
Do we?
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, this isn't an issue that comes back under mayor's business. It's the appeal is for the suspension that has been enacted for the business license. So, Councillor Parslow?
Of course, I'm not going to deal with what is surveillance and what is not surveillance. That's beyond my knowledge base. But I do need to get some information from staff. This suspension, is it indefinite or is it term?
Through your worship, it's indefinite at this moment. Council could set a term to it.
I would like us to consider us making this a term suspension subject to council receiving a set of guidelines that would be there for the owner to operate under. I'd like us to try to see if we can. We obviously can't have places like this, as it has been seemingly, according to the RCMP, operating in our community. The shed seems to be the issue, and I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be appropriate to make a term suspension, and the term being defined by council and subject to the stringent guidelines, if this wouldn't be an appropriate course to follow.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
Through you, your worship, to staff, does council have the ability to set guidelines as to how a business should be conducted under their business license?
Through your worship, the best way to address that, if you wish to, would be to allow the license inspector to discuss with the owner a set of guidelines that would be mutually agreeable.
Okay.
Council is in the position where you either allow the license or suspend the license. So there would have to be a voluntary component to reaching those guidelines. The business has been closed now for a little over 10 days. I would suggest, if this was your will, that you would request the license inspector bring you back a report at your next meeting. The business remain closed until your next meeting. in the hope that there could be voluntary guidelines worked out. Keeping in mind that an issue here is that we hear both from the patrons and actually from Mr. Kish himself in his interviews that the business doesn't generate much revenue, but extremely expensive renovations are going on there. We would need to know the source of those funds, because we're left with the presumption that they're not coming from the business itself. That would be very concerning for council, for the license inspector. This is not a referendum on whether pool halls are a good thing or a bad thing. This is a referendum on whether this particular pool hall is being used inappropriately in a way that compromises the safety of the community.
Thank you. Further comments?
It's very, very well said.
So,
Can I comment on that? About the expenses for the renovations? Shannon does all the renovations, like all the, and his brothers helped him, and he's getting help from my stepdad. He does plumbing and stuff, so none of that is cost. And there's been some restaurant equipment bought, like used, that we got a really good deal on for $3,500 that my husband bought, and like with his paycheck. So there hasn't been very much money put into it.
thank you.
Your worship.
Councillor Malkinson.
Point of order, I believe. The hearing portion of the meeting has concluded. Now we're actually doing the deliberations. Perhaps no, it's open season for the.
You need more information is always better than less information.
Course,
so I
of
wouldn't.
course.
We haven't made a motion yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to restrict information at this
No,
point.
no.
Councillor Schumann?
So I would be in favor of our, I guess, is it bylaw or? is
It's
this
the
just-
license inspector.
The license inspector and Shannon getting together and working out some guidelines. I would really like to see the shed blown up.
Me too.
And I mean, come back to us at our next meeting and see if we can work this out. I used to play some pool in my day, and I can say that things do go on around establishments, but as you've pointed out, that happens around a lot of establishments. And I think that your pool hall is an amenity in our community that a lot of people enjoy. And so I would hope that we can work this out.
Yes.
So I would be in favor of, looking into this.
Moved by Councillor Schumann, seconded by Councillor Wilbur.
Can I just make a comment?
Discussion, Councillor Wilbur?
I agree with Councillor Schumann, but there are some concerns here, but I do strongly suggest that if you are aware of activity, that
Yeah.
you have some onus on you to make sure that is not happening on your
Yes.
property.
Yes.
And I can think of many people in the community that we sit here and represent are concerned when we hear that you have knowledge and yet you have children there. So I think working with the license inspector, it's very important that you take those things into consideration and you have some responsibility to your community. I was excited when the pool hall was opening. I was in favor of it. But I do ask you, sir, that please, for the sake of your community, get a handle on this and do not allow this stuff on the property where you're conducting business.
Yes.
Further discussion, Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, I'd support the Councillor Schumann's motion. I think Mr. Kish gets the message here. There's just a few things need to be done. I'll be supporting your motion.
Further discussion.
Mr.
Jim?
Through your worship, for clarity, are you talking about the suspension remaining in place until the next meeting at the 28th, subject to these
Yes.
Yes.
negotiations?
Yes.
Further discussion? So I'm going to just add my end to it, because for me, it isn't about the pool hall. This is a separate entity in my view in terms of the activities that all of your supporters here today came and talked about. To me, it's about the activities that are taking place by the information we've been provided to by the RCMP, and we're guided by that, right? And our responsibilities, our accountabilities to this community as being elected to represent the safety of our community for everyone. And so to me, that's the accountability you take as a business owner in terms of saying, I'm going to manage my facility And that includes the entire operation for the benefit of the safety of this community. And so I'm completely good with us having a pool hall in our community. I think it's a great activity. You got to just take that accountability on in terms of ensuring that it's a pool hall and not used for those separate purposes
Yes.
that are the allegations in front of us today, and we're guided by that. So I'm ecstatic to the point that we may be able to see it continue to operate. You got to be guided by that in terms of how you function for the future on it.
Yes.
Because for me, it's an easy question when it comes to illegal activity for drugs to kids.
Yes.
Anyway, further comments, further discussion? You ready for the question?
Sorry.
Councillor Malkinson?
Just one more time. We're going to suspend the business. Well, we'll continue to uphold the suspension until the
Report from
yes,
the
yes.
licensed inspector.
Licensed inspector with comment by the RCMP or no comment?
Through your worship, if the RCMP wish to, they'll be given the opportunity to comment if they wish to comment. But what we'll be bringing you back, if we can achieve it, will be a voluntary agreement with Mr. Kish on changes that will happen at the pool hall before it reopens.
Thank you. You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So you got your 2 weeks and they'll be in touch with you to work out that conditions for the future.
Yes.
Thanks for coming, everybody, today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break. Ourselves back to order, and we're going to move to item 5.4 in our correspondence. We have a letter from Senator Neufeld in regards to National Health and Fitness Day.
Sorry, from my.
Councillor Malkinson.
I suppose, well, it's not necessary to read out all of the whereas, but we could adopt the resolution. But I would like to move that we proclaim a National Health and Fitness Day in our municipality as the first Saturday in June. In order to leverage the effect of the proclamation, we further advise the Federation of Canadian Municipalities of our proclamation.
Thank you. Move it.
Yeah, yeah.
Have a seconder, Councillor Kenny. Discussion, Councillor Malkinson.
I suppose a question to staff would be whether this is a variation from our proclamation's policy. Typically, there needs to be a municipal representative for that to happen. Or sorry.
Through your worship, yes, it is. Your current policy says you won't do proclamations unless there is a local representative, to prevent yourself being flooded from proclamation requests from all over Canada and the world. However, if you're in favor of a National Health and Fitness Day, then at a subsequent meeting, we could get Senator Neufeld or someone else to come in.
There we go.
For a proclamation.
That'd be good.
Thank you. Further discussion?
I like the concept, and I think Jim's comments very appropriate.
Right. Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Letter from the BCSPCA regarding a Dawson Creek bylaw proposal. Councillor Parslow.
I'd like to move that we receive this letter for information and decline to take any action.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wilbur. Discussion?
This would be a major cost matter in time and money, and we've already adopted our priorities for the year, and I am also not against expanding services in this time of trying to deal with fiscal debt. So from the point of view of time, our priorities, and future additional services, I can't support this at all.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Malkinson.
Well, maybe a appropriate course of action for us to give the proposal a fair chance would be to refer it to strategic planning for next year.
Well, the motion's to receive and decline. Right now.
Decline to take any action on it? Oh, shoot, yeah.
You can
All
make
right.
it further.
You can make.
You could do something.
Oh, yeah, yeah, afterwards I'll move that.
Further
Because
discussion on the motion?
There's like, I just wanted to say the obvious, there's a very obvious recommendation in here, you know, just changing the name of the bylaw, which of course takes time and all that, but it seems like a simple thing despite the other considerations about fee structure and microchipping cats and all of this. I think that that could be considered at a different time.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
Your Worship,
Councillor Malkinson?
I'd like to move that this item be referred to strategic planning for next year.
Okay. Seconded, Councillor Schumann. Discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? You want that recorded, Councillor Parslow?
No, doesn't matter.
Carried. Thank you. We have item 5.6. We have an email from Jocelyn Eisert, CEO of Busybody Events, regarding the Fort St. John Energy Expo 2014.
I had difficulty with seeing all this. It said there's some attachments. Oh yeah, I couldn't get it to come up. It just came up for me. I couldn't get it to come up in the weekend here. But yeah, as usual. I move that we receive it for information.
Seconded. Councillor Malkinson. Discussion. Councillor Schumann.
Is this something that we would have a presence at, just to sort of bring our voice to the room, our city to the room? I guess that's to you as our economic development guy at the moment.
Yeah, when I read it the first time, I obviously mistook it for the energy conference that takes place each year that we share amongst the communities. And this is specifically an event that looks like being organized by Energy Services BC for the suppliers and service contractors. And so it's hard for me, not having been to the Energy Forum, to differentiate between the two. And so that's why I think it's important that we bring it forward to council and say, are we going to, how much support can we give to these various events? I don't know the answer to that. Councillor Schumann.
So I wouldn't be in favor of sponsorship, but I would perhaps be in favor of bringing our city information to the room if there was opportunity to provide a table or information or yourself, or that's my, like I wouldn't make the motion to sponsor it, but I think participation might be in order. I guess that would be your call as our economic development guy.
Sure.
I don't.
Councillor Kenny?
I think this is a trade show that used to be held in Calgary on an annual basis. And then with the awareness that Energy Services BC was trying to create and working with Calgary, like with the oil and gas companies in Calgary. And this kind of all evolved in hosting a show in our region because of all the activity and bringing suppliers and business together. So it wouldn't hurt to have both, but I don't know.
The one concern I had was a real lack of involvement and membership and participation in Energy Services BC as a regional entity promoting that. And when I researched it, there was not very many companies represented from the city of Dawson Creek or the South Piece in Energy Services BC that I could identify and see. That was a concern to me, and wondering why is that?
Maybe you could figure that out if you were there.
Jim?
Yeah, through your worship, you won't be there because you and Councillor McFadden will be at another event. This is May 28th.
Isn't that LNG the week before that?
Oh, maybe. I thought it was at the
Yeah,
end.
it's the week before.
If you wish to participate, it's $700 a booth. There's certainly no staff resourcing available. Council would have to be manning the booth. We spoke at the last meeting about the overload of these events. There is literally, you could be at one every week if you wished somewhere.
Councillor Wilbur?
When I was reading through and I just look at the goal of this expo, really it's to unite the oil and gas producers with potential supply companies, education and training organizations. And so it's putting industries together, not necessarily the communities together, where I see the oil and gas or the energy conference does that. But this is, I think, more about procurement for business. So this is more about businesses going and showcasing themselves to the oil and gas industry people and say, we have this service available in the Northeast. I don't really see this as anything that we could bring to the table. I mean, suppliers have to market themselves. So I think that's more what this is about when I read what their goal is.
Well said.
Well, and I guess that was my point about we have so few, even if it was to be there to promote and support our local service contractors and companies, there just don't seem to be any from the South Piece participating in Energy Services BC.
So is there a motion to receive?
We've got to receive it and decline the request.
Well, how many of these conferences is one going to go to? There's about 10 now, I think, that I know of, and all takes taxpayers' money, your time, other people's time.
Yeah. Further discussion on the motion to receive? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. We have an email from Mona McNally, Supervisor Step Up and Ride, for a request for additional funding.
Yeah, I have a technology issue now. I can't read the thing. How do I reconnect up with her? She's requesting money, right? 25,000?
35.
35, yeah.
Oh, 34.5.
More?
I don't know, Your Worship. The business plan that was presented, I don't think really identified the why. You know, I'm not sure that I managed to either find it or capture a why in the report of the ask for additional funding. I understand there's a deficit this year, but I wonder if their model is unsustainable. I'm just wondering what it is. And I don't think there's anybody here that could answer to that. But when I have an uncertainty like that, I wonder. Well, there's obviously reluctance to make provision for a request like this.
Councillor Parslow?
Yes, I can't support any increased resourcing. We've already, we've got the transit issue before us today as well. We spend a lot of money. Again, unless we're finding ways of cutting something, I'm not supporting anything that gets added to the. It's totally irresponsible to do that if we want to deal with our fiscal gap issue. So I just move that we receive this information.
Yep, seconded.
I'll second it for
Seconded.
discussion.
Councillor Wilbur. Discussion, Councillor Wilbur?
I'm just wondering if this, maybe through you to staff, maybe they would know if Step Up and Ride is a society or organization that would qualify to apply for funds under the Northern Initiative Trust, if there's something that they could apply for there. I don't know.
Refer them to our grant writer.
Yeah, I can't answer that.
Through your worship, I know that the currently there's funding being received from both Dawson Creek and the regional district for Step Up and Ride. I believe Pouskoupi turned down money. I don't know where all they have applied, but I know that in the past Ms. McNally has been really good at finding places to apply for money. That's a different matter than whether she gets approved on many of them, but I doubt if she's left many stones unturned on that.
Councillor Wilbur? Schumann?
So I think we spend a lot of money every year on transit and transportation for our citizens. Just our we'll see that coming up, our agreement with BC Transit. It's a really big chunk of money that we put towards it, and I'm super happy that we can grant them the $25,000 a year, and I at this point with this information, I wouldn't be in support of an additional $34,500.
Thank you. Councillor Malkinson?
Your Worship, I suppose I just try to understand Councillor Parslow's words previously, and for the previous few previous motions. You know, I wonder about his idea to just see the fiscal gap as sort of a slash, you know, as sort of a limit, or just finally saying no, you know. I think that, you know, for the passion that we both share in that sort of in that arena, or in that vein, you know, the fiscal gap vein, I think that there is a difference between the two of us, you know, where I don't know, maybe I can be very, very blunt, but you know, is it I'm just worried that there's a perception that it's an arithmetic problem, when I see it as you know, much more of a community conversation. I don't see us, you know, saying no to every request that we get in the future as a answer to the fiscal gap problem. I think that the great way to combat that is the great discussion that needs to be had in the next few years is about general expectations. People are very capable of good ideas, and you know, I've heard in the past that I've heard it suggested by some people that Step Up and Ride ought to take over from transit, because the service that they offer is much superior than transit provides. I'm just mentioning that as just something that I've heard, but I just don't think that this objective fiscal gap overriding consideration is really a appropriate response. I still think that we owe it to everybody that presents a request to the city to analyze it on its merits, still weigh the benefit of public and private good, and still consider our ambitions as a community, and guide ourselves accordingly. Yes, we need to consider the fiscal gap, but they're really two similar things. You have community in, you know, one hand that you try to promote, and then you have fiscal considerations in the other hand, and they need to complement each other. One's not overriding over the other.
Thank you. Further discussion? You ready for the question?
I missed the motion, Your Worship, I'm sorry.
So I made a motion that we receive the letter and email for request for further funding.
Yes.
And we receive it and deny the request.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. So we're moved to item 7. We got through our delegations. Item 7.1 reports. We have a report from the Chief Financial Officer in regard to the contract extension for waste services. Councillor Schumann.
So I would move that report number 14-064 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding our contract extension for waste services be received. Further, that council direct staff to renew the contract for residential waste pickup with Waste Management of Canada Corp. for a period of 12 months beginning on May 1st, 2014 at $7.48 per home per month plus the CPI adjustment.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Wilbur. Discussion? You ready? Sorry?
I said we need to get the garbage picked up.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Report from our Chief Financial Officer in regards to the BC Transit Annual Operating Agreement. Councillor McFadden.
I'll make the motion that report number 14061 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the Dawson Creek Annual operating agreement be received, and further that council approve entering into the Dawson Creek 2014-15 annual operating agreement with Diversified Transportation and BC Transit.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Schumann. Discussion? Councillor Parslow?
This transit is poorly used. I think we have the second lowest use of transit in BC. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but Fort St. John being the lowest. It seems an awful lot there. The amount of increase that's implied in this operating agreement is what? What's in just dollars? What's the increase?
Go ahead, John.
I'm not sure which figure you need, but the
Well, from the point of view of our contribution, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to give you the cost per passenger went from $9.21 to $9.97.
$9.21 to $9.97.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as the ridership goes down,
Yeah.
the cost of service goes up.
Yeah.
And the city's cost sharing amount in total is $558,784, and that compares to $534.
Yeah, say those
Last
figures
year.
again, please.
58.
58.
558,000.
Okay, as opposed to
34 last year.
530.
So about a 5% increase for us.
You know, from the point of view, I mean, obviously we have this transit system, but you know, I just wonder if there's anything we can do to reduce these services, because it's so poorly used as it is. And here we will be carrying what we have right now for 2 more years. So I'm not comfortable supporting this. And yet we don't have this as one of our priorities, and we don't have staff resources to do it. So I'm torn here, because, you know, anything we do and everything we do from the point of view of additional cost gets carried forward in future years and just makes the fiscal gap more of a problem. But I won't talk too much about that right now. So, if we were to revise it and look for maybe reducing the services, maybe, and only it would be a major study, and so I'm just talking to myself here. It'd be unfair to ask staff to do anything on this, so maybe we could put this or as part of our strategic thoughts for next year, as well as was made by adding cats to our services that we provide in this community. So I'll make that as a motion after this one's dealt with.
Thank you. Jim?
Through your worship, just to speak sort of in support of what Councillor Malkinson had said earlier. So far, council has accepted my reports on fiscal gap and has directed action going forward, but the premise in all of those reports is council is not going to select for themselves any service to be targeted. Council is going to have a community dialogue. Out of that community dialogue will come an awareness of what services may or may not be targeted. If you're going to target individual issues here, we're going to have to revise what we're doing with what's been proposed so far for fiscal gap. And I can bring you a revised plan on that, but that wasn't your plan going in. That's different than somebody asking for a CAT bylaw, which is not within your existing package. But what you have said to date on your existing package is that none of those things are, quote, targeted until council's had a dialogue with the citizens. I assume transit would be in that.
Thank you. We have the motion, seconded. Further discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Did you want that recorded, Councillor Mulch?
Sure, yeah.
Items.
You voted against it?
Yeah.
You voted against the transit?
Yes.
Item 7.3, we have a report from the Director of Corporate Administration regarding our Residential Development Committee. Councillor Schumann.
I hope I'm on the right one, just wait.
7.3.
Yeah. So I move that report number 14-057 from the Director of Corporate Administration regarding the work plan for Residential Development Committee be received. Further, that the work plan be approved as presented. Further, that a consultant be hired to assist in the completion of that work plan. Further, that the Residential Development Select Committee be formed to explore the development of the subdivisions within the city and make recommendations to council on or before September 15th, 2014. And here's the part I don't like. Further, that council identify and defer existing 2014 strategic priority requiring equivalent resources to 2015.
Seconded by Councillor Malkinson. Discussion. Councillor Parslow.
Okay, well, I want first a question to staff. From the staff's perspective, does this work have to be completed by September the 15th, or could it be deferred? I'm just putting out a figure here. We wouldn't. I'm thinking, could we not get on with our priorities that we set for this year? I'm not for deferring any of those, and yet I'm not in favor of additional resourcing either. So I'm just wondering, what would be the harm of deferring this work until, not beginning it, and let's say until January 2015? What would be the pluses and minuses of that?
So through your worship, it's up to council to decide what your priorities are in a given year. So it would really be council's decision about how urgent you see this matter. Our work plan is suggesting to you that you probably need 18 weeks from start to finish in the project. So a fairly intensive 18 weeks, made problematic by the fact we have no planner at the moment, and so we would need to access outside expertise. But 18 weeks means that you're looking at a more than 4-month process. So if you started this in calendar year 2015, which also means that an incoming council that will be potentially different than this council by one or more persons, held that as still as a priority. It would take, if you started in January, it would take through near to the end of April to complete the process, which means that your issues around folks who have the grace period, folks who are coming forward during contemplation, it would really mean that construction year 2015 would proceed under the current rules. It would be very likely that most people planning to work in 2015 would make sure they came in within the grace period if there were going to be changes that they felt would diminish their opportunities going forward. So it's just a question of how urgent it is to council.
Yeah. Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Schumann?
So I feel it's pretty urgent. I struggle with what would come off of our priority list in order to accommodate it, but we know there's an issue out there, what's happening in our neighborhoods, and if there's a way that we can solve some of those, come up with some solutions, and without throwing out density completely. I'm more in favor of getting on it so that it's ready for the next construction season, so that it, we don't end up seeing a bunch of stuff go on that we might not necessarily want to see, or come up with some solutions around this. So I mean, the part I struggle with is what goes away in order to accommodate this, but I feel like it's urgent that we need to deal with it.
Councillor Wilbur?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Schumann, but I also see that if we move forward and we're looking at hiring a consultant, we've alleviated the issue of not having, that Jody's leaving. So I don't see why it would be necessary to take something off the strategic priorities list. This group with a consultant's gonna come forward with recommendations, and we make our decision from there.
Yes, through your
So I
worship,
just
I
have a
should say,
question
if you're
about-
going to authorize an additional 30,000 or so in resourcing in the budget, then that's meant to basically replace staff work with consultant work. That's what's in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Malkinson?
Oh, that may have answered my question, Your Worship.
Thank you. Further discussion?
So what are we saying here?
Yeah,
That
I
we-
would, sorry, go ahead, Sue, go ahead.
So we're saying that we could find $35,000 or whatever the resources are, add it to our budget to get on with this? There's a lot of
Yes.
talk in the community, yeah.
Yes, I believe you could do so.
Yeah.
There's still going to be a requirement for staff time.
Yeah, I was looking for that comment in here somewhere.
And it will be the same as your other strategic priorities. They are, the more stretched staff becomes, the more compromises are made. It's as simple as that. And so sometimes, currently, jobs are being done at far less than excellent level. They're being done at mediocre level or worse, and this will increase that situation.
Councillor Schumann?
I know $35,000 or $30,000, whatever it is, you know, not chump change. But I do know that we gotta get this right. We gotta look at this. We need to have a broad view of it. I don't wanna see our density be thrown up, you know, our density aspirations being thrown out because there's, you know, been some problems. I want to find solutions to those problems, and I think we have to do it moving forward. I know $30,000 is not a small amount, but if we can find it, I'd really like to get on with this.
Councillor Parslow?
The 30,000 that's also referenced here is a one-shot deal. I much prefer one-shot deals than continuous expenditures year after year after year. But the question is, what's the timeline or the hoped-for timeline of hiring a planner? I'm just thinking that it would be nice to, with consultant help, it doesn't not really material to me that matter, but it'd be kind of nice to have the planner involved. Do you have any timelines for hiring, Jim?
Yeah, through your worship, the job's been advertised once, shortlisted and interviewed, and the two qualified candidates both withdrew. So it's going to be re-advertised. So when I'm going to have someone in that position, I can't tell you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councillor Kenny?
Well, I feel we really need to move on this, you know, like we kind of started the process there when we were having meetings with developers and realtors, and they were all telling us the same thing. They were all singing off the same song sheet. And so we've started something, and there's talk in the community. Everybody's getting calls. I know I'm getting calls. And I think we owe it, you know, the people that are investing in our community, that are living in our community, that we need to react quicker than what we are. We started the conversation, and we've got to pay attention to what we heard, and listen to the people that are investing their livelihood in our communities, and not just coming into our communities and making a buck and have no commitment or ownership. And I think we're sending a message out to our businesses if we don't react, and react a little bit more quickly, so that there can be some planning for the next building season.
Thank you. Councillor Malkinson?
Do you want to?
Will
Go
goes
ahead.
first.
Your Worship, I'm wondering, are we to either identify after we pass or defeat this motion where or which strategic priority is going to come out, or to allocate funds? Are we going to decide that afterwards here?
Well, I think what we've heard from the administration is that if we hire a consultant, then it's not requiring the same level of participation from staff that would affect the priority.
Of course, that's just not implicit in what we're proposing to do here. We'll have to do it afterwards.
I think,
Well, so Jim?
Through your worship, if you provide the 30,000 so that this is primarily run by a consultant, it will be another stress on senior staff, but it won't be a deal breaker. It'll just be one more reason why things don't get full attention, but it won't be impossible to do. And so, I frankly can't guarantee you that anything will be done exactly correctly. But all things will be serviced at least to some extent.
Thank you, Councillor Wilbur.
My question just was, I guess, around that. So do we need to amend the motion so that we're removing that identify and defer an existing strategic priority? That's the only problem I have with that recommendation.
You would need to do so, yes.
Make an amendment.
Yes.
So I would like to amend it then, that the motion, that we strike from the motion, further that council identify and defer an existing 2014 strategic priority reoccurring equivalent resourcing to 2015, requiring, sorry.
Allocating and allocate funds.
Thank you. Seconded by
That's part
Councillor
of it.
Malkinson. So discussion? On the amendment, do you have any questions? Councillor Wilbur?
Do we have to add allocating funds, or is that part of the consultant being hired? That's
Yes,
just
I
a
would
given?
think
Okay.
that's a given that
Thank
you intend to pay
Just
for
wanna
them if you hire them.
clarify. Just want to clarify.
It's in the
This
motion.
isn't the U.S. Congress.
Thank you. Question? So, question on the amendment? Are you all in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Any further discussion on the motion
As amended?
as amended? So for me, I absolutely never envisioned that we would be into a process that where we started this to guide ourselves and be a year away from potentially having any implication to our zoning. I understand, I appreciate the significance. It's the most critical piece of probably work that we do as a community in guiding the development and what the future of our community looks like. But to look at it that we're going to be now 5 or 6 months later and having to hire a consultant to help guide us, it just is outside of anything I envisioned when we started this, and so it's a huge concern that we're going to be in that kind of a time frame to guide the development of our communities. So, and I just have that as a comment. It just concerns me. Councillor Parslow.
There are some expressions which I don't think I can repeat here, but one of them involves that concept of a can of worms, and just to clarify for council, what I was thinking, because and it's part of the reason why I voted for the rescinding of the bylaw, because there are some issues that were identified, and rather than changing a bylaw, then changing the bylaw, let's do a good job of it, or at least a reasonably good job, when none of us can be perfect. But I forget the year, and Jim can give us the year. There was a really, really comprehensive, broad engagement of the community of the development of the property east of 17th Street there, that I forget the name of the... We had a charrette. Manny led that charrette. It went on for some time. And I was seeing that the major development that is going to be occurring in the next 6 months or so is in an area that is governed by that comprehensive plan that was really thoroughly done. I mean, I wasn't involved, but I read all the different rollouts of that. And so I'm operating on the premise here that the major development in this community is being governed by something that the city staff, and in this case that Manny led, that really had great opportunity for engagement and progressive thinking, etc., etc. And that therefore would be covered by that. And while there may be some things now on hindsight or on rollout that may need some tweaking, that development was still governed by the expressed community will of a few years ago. So I'm not speaking against it. I just want to say that, you know, I'm not saying that this is a Wild West thing. This community, its major development area is being governed from a lot of thought and investment of time. And that we could perhaps, a 6 months waiting wouldn't be disastrous. But council has a different opinion, and I'm not speaking from a great informed basis here. I just didn't want to see anything of the priorities dropped. I'm okay with a one-shot deal, as Councillor Schumer was referring to here. So I'm not speaking against it. I just want to give some context from my thinking.
Thank you, Councillor Schuman.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I know that neighborhood, it's quite a comprehensive neighborhood plan has been put into place for that development. For me, I'm just, I feel we need to get something in place that, you know, will sort of guide the future subdivisions that are coming along. I know there's all sorts of, like, up on 3rd Street right now, there's all sorts of dirt being moved around, and do we have a neighborhood, a comprehensive neighborhood plan for that development? And, you know, is density gonna be laid out in a appropriate manner there? Are we gonna run into the same issues there, or down off 116th over that way, or, you know, like, are we gonna run into these same issues that have happened in a couple of neighborhoods, you know, without having something else in place?
The zoning, so correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but the zoning bylaw is what guides what they can do, not the neighborhood development plan. So if it's zoned RS1, wherever it's located, our zoning bylaw allows for suites, and then our interpretation of that. RS2 allows duplexes with suites and the size of that. It isn't the development plan within a neighborhood that guides it, but our zoning bylaw.
So the big piece document is the official community plan, and it is about the community's aspirations. So the official community plan, think of it as the purpose statement or mission, vision for the community. The zoning bylaw is more specific. The zoning bylaw talks about, so the OCP talks about mixes. Where would you like to see residential? Where would you like to see commercial? What are your aspirations around pedestrian mobility, traffic flows? All of those things are covered up. The zoning bylaw is more specific. It talks about a particular zone and what's allowed in there. The neighborhood plan, in this case, was a design charrette with the owners, with the public, and it defined a vision for that particular area of town. So it, for instance, said these areas will be comprehensive development zone, these will be RS1, these will be RS2. So that vision was laid out in the context of the existing zoning regulations. So it says, here is RS1. And at that time, RS1 allowed, still does because you haven't made any changes, allows secondary suites up to 40% of the total square footage. If you change the zoning bylaw, it actually changes the neighborhood development plan because it sets a new definition and allowable uses in RS1. So the development or the neighborhood plan said RS1 will be here and comprehensive development plan will be here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what's allowed in each zone changes whenever you change the zoning bylaw. So the zoning bylaw is always the detail. The zoning bylaw must be compliant, or compliant's not the right word, it must be in accordance with your OCP and in accordance with your neighborhood plan. But the courts have said if the neighborhood plan says residential's here and commercial's here, changes you make about residential don't in any way violate the neighborhood plan or the official community plan. So that's where you are. The zoning bylaw is the detail. It's where the rubber hits the road.
Thank you. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.4, we have a report from the Director of Corporate Administration in regards to the Calvin Crook Center for the Arts lease and operating agreement. Councillor Parslow.
Yes, I would move that report number 14-068 from the Director of Corporate Administration release and operating agreement for the Calvin Crook Center for the Arts be received. Further, that the lease and operating agreement between the City and the Kiwanis Arts Center Society, dated for reference on April the 7th, 2014, for the purpose of managing and operating a community center be approved for a 2-year term beginning on September the 1st, 2014. Further, that the fee-for-service policy be amended to remove the Kiwanis Performing Arts Center Society in exchange for the city taking responsibility for all routine maintenance and utility costs.
Councillor Schumann seconds. Discussion? Councillor Parslow?
Whilst I support this and appreciate the work that's gone into it, I do have a couple of questions. This, I guess now this question links to the fees and services policy that is really drove, the thinking in that policy drove a lot of the work, I guess Duncan, or you did, Brenda, sorry, in this. So what it, less than market value, could you just remind me of the fee and service policy about the why we, what that, I guess, less than market value application is to this agreement? I wasn't quite certain.
Well, through your worship, I could get Duncan in for the detail of it, but the short strokes of it is, when you purchased this building from the federal government, you agreed to a covenant on property that says it can only be used for a community, as a community facility. And so there's no such thing as market value on this property. It's not available for commercial lease. It's subject to a covenant on property in favor of the federal government, and the federal government's covenant is that it's a, let me just see if I can find the exact wording for you.
Well, maybe under C of the contract here, Jim, that what you're saying, is that covered?
Yes, it's a community center for the benefit of all residents and visitors to the city of Dawson Creek. And so that is the use that it must be put to. And so this is really an operating lease rather than a commercial lease. And so under our policy, when you have people who are operating something on your behalf, like the Dawson Creek and District Exhibition Association, for instance, your consideration around market value doesn't apply.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow?
Okay, I do have a few, just so I understand it reasonably. So a question I had related to C, Jim, it says until at least October the 31st, 2018, and I was sort of surprised by that. So that's reflects the agreement that the Fed government sold it to the city?
Yes, but it's renewable by them on that date. So the covenant is in place until October 31st, 2018, and longer if the federal government wishes.
Oh, so what if they didn't wish, then that we could do what we wanted with it?
That's correct.
I see. Okay.
What do you got in
Further
No, I don't have anything in mind. I'm just surprised. I thought that, I think, that we've agreed to, the city's agreed to endeavor to maintain this as a municipal heritage building, and I thought that we wouldn't be open to the city to change its sort of designation.
Well, those are two different things.
Okay.
The heritage designation is perpetual.
And is
The community center designation is a covenant.
Is the heritage municipal or federal or?
You have designated it as a heritage structure under your heritage designation bylaw, but you've used the federal government had a set of guidelines for the transfer of the property, which you've rolled into your own designations.
Thank you. Further questions? You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Item 7.5, we have a report from the Director of Infrastructure Sustainable Development regarding the Shearwater Phase 2 questions.
And you've just
We just
got
got them.
handed out to you the revised, apparently, that was still draft, that was attached. I don't know what the changes are from the draft, do you?
Councillor Parslow.
Okay, thank you. So, your staff is seeking approval that these questions be used, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
I think, again, I think good work. I'm sure we got the consultant who's assisting staff is doing a good job there. I must admit that I wondered how people would respond to this, but I don't have any alternative. I think a good job's been done, so I'm willing to make a motion that the questions, and again, I don't know how they've been amended right now.
Just typos, and
Just
there's no
typos,
significant
okay. Well,
amendment.
That they be approved for use.
Thank you. Seconded, Councillor McFadden. Discussion, Councillor Wilbur, you had a question?
Oh, no, I was just putting my hand up for the
okay.
Charlie covered it.
Any conversation, questions? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you.
Good job.
I agree. I agree.
Report number 7.6, we have a report from the Director of Infrastructure Sustainable Development regarding a development permit from KHB Holdings, 302 116th Avenue. Councillor McFadden?
That report number 14-063 from the Director of Infrastructure and Sustainable Development regarding development permit number 14-06 be received. Further, that the development permit number 14-06 for the development of a one-bay industrial shop at 302 116th be authorized in principle and issued upon successful completion of the required 10-day notification period and receipt of the financial security.
I
Councillor
have
Kenny?
to declare a conflict of interest.
Okay, good. Seconded, Councillor Malkinson. Discussion, Councillor Malkinson.
Your Worship, just a understanding question. I'm just wondering whether the layout here shows me that the proposed structure is 3 meters from the, well, from 116th, or whether that's 3 meters from their property line or something.
My understanding is the proposed building will be in the rear of the property, so
Oh.
that may be what you're looking at is the lane line.
It must be. Yeah. Oh, 116th. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Councillor Kenny. Item 7.7, we have a report from the Deputy Director of Infrastructure Sustainable Development regarding tender number 2014-06, the railway bypass trunk sewer line. Councillor Schumann.
I would make the motion that report number 14-066 from the Deputy Director of Infrastructure and Sustainable Development regarding our railway bypass trunk sewer installation tender number 2014-06 be received. Further, that pending adoption of the loan authorization, the sewer trunk line 2014 bylaw number 4199/2014, that council award the tender for the railway bypass trunk sewer installation to Timbro Contracting, a partnership for $5,725,549.20.
Seconded by
Plus- I'll
Councillor,
second that motion.
seconded by Councillor Wilbur. Discussion.
20 cents, eh?
Councillor McFadden.
5 million or 5,700,000? I thought it was an $8 or $9 million job. I missed something here.
There's going to be some tax in that.
Through your worship, I'm happy to report, for one of the few times in my experience, the engineer's estimate actually was more than the tender price received. And when we received only a single tender, with the price well below the estimate from the engineer, of course, we were concerned that it might be an uninformed bid, So we have done a couple of things. We've done reference checking on the company, the partnership, and the partners have been involved in work of this nature before. They're bonded, they have excellent business reputation, so we're not concerned about that. We also reached out to several companies that had taken tender packages but elected not to respond. We were interested to know, firstly, why they didn't respond, and secondly, what their bid might have been. So one company we approached had just obtained work closer to their home location. That's why they didn't submit a tender. Another one was tendering on 3 projects that closed the same day in Fort St. John, and their bonding wasn't large enough to extend to an additional project of this size. However, both confirmed that their tenders would have been in the high 4 millions to the low 5 million range, so the bid appears to be a competitive bid.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow, you had a question?
Yes, I was going to ask the Chief Financial Officer, who's just arrived back. Good to see you again. We were assuming that this was going to be about 8 million, and we had some figures about what the cost for servicing on the principal and an interest on the loan of 8 million. Have you got any figures on what it would be for this revised amount of 5,725,000? What the cost of borrowing that would?
Through your worship, I did, but I don't have them right in front of me. I'm
Well,
gonna.
when we have our budget meeting,
I can bring it back,
Thanks.
because we did our original borrowing last year on 5, so we can actually look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Wilbur?
Oh, the amount seems to be different than the recommendation from KWL for this contractor, so I'm just wondering why it's not the 6 million plus that was recommended in the recommendation in the letter.
Yeah, Sean can take that.
Look at the financial component in the report. It'll say that 5,725,549.20 doesn't include tax, doesn't include contingency, further engineering or inspection of the project as well. So when you see that number of 6 million, that would include your taxes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that for clarification.
Thank you. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. So,
Hey, Johnny, that's a good news story.
For the folks who we've been storing sewage in their basement for 5 years, it's a really good news story.
It's a really good news story.
We'll set up some interviews.
we're going to plow through for a little bit yet, if we can, to get us before we break for lunch, because we've got a couple things yet to do, and we've got to be back at 1. So,
And you have a closed as well.
and we have a
so.
closed as well. So, bylaws report number 14070, Director of Corporate Administration regarding our parking bylaw. Councillor Malkinson.
I move that we receive this report from the Director of Corporate Administration, and that we give the first 3 readings to the bylaw.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kenny. Discussion? Councillor Parslow.
Yes, I was, when I read this, I was looking for language that might address the issue that has come before council, where you have the, let's call them boarding room homes with, 4 or 5 trucks parking around them. Does this bylaw in the work, was that one of the focuses for the work? No.
Through your worship, it was not. Couple reasons. Firstly, we expected you would be committing to a work plan of 18 weeks that'll bring that and other issues out. But secondly, those regulations would have to be in zoning, not in parking. Parking refers to the control of public spaces, not the control of the use of private land. So.
Thank you. Sure. Yep.
Could you just repeat that again, Jim? Sorry.
So the parking bylaw is about people parking on public spaces.
Okay.
And the restrictions and regulations around that. The zoning bylaw deals with the use of private land, and it can deal with, for instance, with parking in a.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann.
So,
private property.
just a question to staff. I noticed the one little thing was, so you can't park in front of someone's driveway, obviously, but then there's that one, is it 1.5 meters or something? So is that, so when my little children, who are very on the verge of owning cars, can they park one, like, it will be complaint driven, right?
That's correct,
So
yes.
if I don't complain about my children parking close to my driveway, they're not gonna get towed away, right?
With one codicil, if
Unless your
we
neighbors
arrive
do.
with a
Unless your
steaming
neighbors
truck
do.
because somebody's basement is being flooded,
Yeah,
and it relates to a private culvert, and there's somebody parked across that culvert, that person's gonna get towed away, so we can work on the culvert.
but I have heat trace, so you don't have to.
That's a neighbor.
Thank you. Any further comments,
If it was in
questions?
front of their house, next to their driveway.
Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. I'd like to try and get through mayor's business if we can, and I'll give my updates. And so first of all, I appreciate Councillor Schumann stepping in 2 weeks ago for me while I was in Victoria. And so there's been a fair amount of work that has been going on for us, both in community as well as attending some conferences. The first one I wanted to talk about was Canadian Society of Unconventional Resources in Calgary, which is a group that dedicated internationally to the unconventional resources, which is shale gas, tight gas, and coal bed methane. And they have their International Energy Association were here in Dawson Creek with a group touring our community just before the conference. And so on the Thursday, I attended this international conference in Calgary. And the only thing I want to talk about is really it was a conference talking about the world's shale resource primarily. And it was unbelievable to me to be sitting in a convention center in Calgary with a lady from Norway and Argentina and the Netherlands and a wide variety of representation from across the world internationally, talking about the Montney gas field and Dawson Creek and Fort St. John as being two communities directly impacted by this unconventional resource play in the world class. We hear these words about world class resources in our region, and that absolutely was evident to me by the conversation that was taking place, and it was very well attended. It was extremely informative to me in terms of being there, and so it was a worthwhile day to be spending in Calgary. The Tuesday before that, I was invited to attend the Shell National Geographic Conversations on Energy, and again, it's a conversation that's being co-hosted by National Geographic and Shell on the issue of the footprint that we're leaving in the world and the impacts of energy on that discussion that's taking place worldwide, and how and what this conference or this discussion on in Vancouver was about the impact of natural gas and what it was doing to the world, particularly the supply of coal and the impact of coal and using for energy across the world. So again, really informative. Promotional video, I met with Hank Bridgman. He was successful in the contract that we allowed for the promotional video, updating that. So I spent about half an hour with Hank about 2.5, 3 weeks ago. He's starting to work now on updating that video, and so we'll engage in that conversation as it goes forward in terms of updating it. And I know he's very excited about it. He's got some really innovative thoughts in terms of how and techniques he's going to use to update the video, and I think it'll be a great bit of work for us to be able to have. Last 2 weeks ago, Monday, I was in Victoria attending the meeting with the Minister Oakes on the potential discussion of the extension of the Fair Share Agreement for Northeast BC. I attended with Mayor Ackerman Jarvis and Chair Goodings from the Peace River Regional District. We met with Minister Oakes for about an hour, and it was a really interesting conversation. The evidence or the conversation to me was really evidenced by the comments about the concern around the escalation. We call it the indexing clause component to the Fair Share Agreement. Our comments to the minister was, Premier announced that you guys, province was going to extend this agreement to 2030. That was our expectation that it was going to take place. And so we spent an hour with the minister talking about that. As a component to that, we talked about the planning process that we want to engage in terms of understanding the impacts to our region and our community, specifically around the development of this industry in our communities in the region. And so the minister's assigned an ADM for that process, and that will be taking place. I also took the opportunity to meet with Ministers Yamamoto, Minister of State for Small Business, and Minister Kadu, Minister of Children and Family. They're both ministries that have a huge amount of opportunities, I think, in terms of impacts to our community. I've extended invites to both of them, and I'll work through Mike's office to arrange that this summer. And when I worked for Blair Leckstrom as the constituency assistant, I made contact with a whole bunch of people when you're working in that directly with the people through the ministry's office. And one girl I spent a lot of time with was the girl from Ministry of Children and Family, the EA. And so I made contact with her when I was going down just to be able to say hello and introduce myself. And as it turns out, she's now the ministerial assistant for Amrit Virk, the Minister of Advanced Education. And so I ended up in their office, and I got about a half an hour with the minister just by chance that he was in the office, and got an opportunity to have a real good conversation with the minister about the importance of our college and ensuring that focus towards the Northern Trades, the Trades Training Center that is on the works to try to get that capital, as well as the whole issue of training for workers in the Northeast. Shaylee raised it earlier about forestry and certainly for the oil and gas. So it was a really good day that I made hopefully some use out of. Last week we had the Ministry of International Investment and Trade in the community. They were in Fort St. John for Wednesday. They flew into the Spectra Energy plant. These are representatives of the Ministry of Investment and Trade on behalf of the province of British Columbia. They have trade representatives in about 6 countries: China, Japan, the United Kingdom, Korea, India, and the United States. There was 4 representatives in BC doing the tour in the Northeast, and they flew to the Spectra Energy plant on Thursday afternoon, and then they came into Dawson Creek, and we took them for a quick tour of the Encana Event Center. And then on Friday, there was a session hosted by Community Futures through Sue's office, where we heard presentations from Encana and Shell on the aspect of the natural gas development in our region. So I made contact with a couple of them and intend to pursue that further as we go to Vancouver later in May and June on some investment opportunities, as well as spoke to them about a couple of opportunities here in the community. So it was a really good opportunity to make some contacts with some important components of international investment, again, to our region and our community. Was already mentioned, we attended the Peace River Lead Local Government Association meeting in Fort St. John. I won't talk about that. Councillor Wilbur and I attended the Northern Health Acute Care Services review that's being undertaken by Northern Health. That we attended that session on Friday.
I think it was Friday.
The days are
It's run together.
Anyway, it was just a process that's being engaged by Northern Health to look at the acute care and the services review in our community and Fort St. John. So we really emphasized the importance to us in our community about your foundation of a facility of primary health care in your community is built upon a solid foundation of acute care services. And so we talked a little bit about the importance from our perspective of that master planning agreement or the master planning document that's being completed by Northern Health and hopefully being moved forward through Northern Health to the Ministry of Health and Treasury Board for the entire review of the capital project of our inpatient wing and the acute care services at our Dawson Creek and District Hospital. We emphasized that point to them in terms of the importance of that to our community, as well as our outlying area, not only our rural area, but also Chetwynd and Tumbler Ridge, who rely on our facility in Dawson Creek as their emergency and trauma center for a lot of the services to their communities. And so it's an important facility not only for us in the community, but the region of the South Peace. And we did meet with, I want to raise that as well, about the meeting we had a few weeks ago with the Northern Health on the master planning review that's undergoing review by the Northern Health. And so hopefully we'll see that continue to move forward, and we'll see the effects of that working with both Mike Bernier, MLA, and the Peace River Regional Hospital District to ensure that that process gets the attention that it deserves and needs. Want to congratulate, that was mentioned earlier about the trade show and what a great event that is annually by our local Kiwanis Club, and the amazing amount of participation, and what a fun weekend it is for the community, and it was a huge turnout again. And finally, the last item, Jim's given me the information. We dealt with it earlier to hopefully be able to give you some information on the Dawson Creek and Exhibition Association's request for funding for the loader and truck that we dealt with in that correspondence. During the break and during the day, we've received a breakdown of what those amounts would be for us for our, if we provided the loader, the truck, and the wages for the employee to deal with it, would be approximately $3,500 for the weekend cost. And the issue that we may have is that's the same weekend for us as our pitch-in. Our weekend and the truck and loader are used for that. So Jim?
Yeah, it's not actually the cleanup day, but we take our bigger pieces of equipment for some of the things that people reach out and say, I've got an old car body I'd like rid of, but I don't have the means to move it, that sort of stuff, which we would normally do on this weekend. It would mean rescheduling that, but that's a scheduling issue that can be taken care of.
So the issue would be, we had $3,500 as an expense that we would have to allow for the Exhibition Association. Councillor Wilbur?
Oh, you just had mentioned wages, and I'm just wondering, I thought it was mentioned in there that Carl was gonna donate his time.
Through your worship, Carl's going to donate his time after work on Friday and Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
But they also need work done Wednesday and Thursday and Friday in the day.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So, Councillor McFadden?
So moved that we allow it.
Councillor Schumann, discussion? Ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. That's it for me on my mayor's business. Again, appreciate your stepping in 2 weeks ago, Councillor Schumann. Jim?
Through your worship, your youth delegation asked if you would okay public tours of the water treatment plant as a reclaimed facility during their event and the use of the water fill station at their event.
Oh, yeah.
So if you could direct us on that.
Perfect.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Parslow, seconded by Malkinson. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, sorry, did you have a question?
About just a comment about your report,
Okay,
not at
perfect.
this time.
All right.
You know, it's disturbing, you know, all this work that's been done to try to, for job skill training and so on, to learn that the college, at least in the Fort St. John campus, is having to cut programs because of lack of enrollment. I'm just wondering, you know, I mean, this is a golden opportunity for our local kids to get apprenticeships and good paying jobs, yet I'm just kind of frustrated by that.
Yeah, and the federal government announced zero interest loans for people that want to take apprenticeship training and trades training, and so it's a, yeah, it's a,
There's a big
it's an,
apprenticeship
They just want
thing
to jump in
coming.
and make the big bucks right away.
Yeah.
and
Yeah, it reminds me, you know, you say, well, which is the province that has the greatest dropout rate? It's Alberta. Why? Because of the prevalence of good paying jobs.
Good paying
It
jobs.
seems to be the same phenomenon, at least for the Peace region. It's a shame.
Councillor Wilbur?
It was just my understanding that part of that Northern Lights College, it wasn't necessarily trades that were being shut down, but for example, they had 2 students registered in the visual arts program. So,
Yeah,
so I'm
that's-
wondering if it's not particular to certain courses, not necessarily
Yeah,
that.
I asked a friend of mine who teaches at the college, and he said some of them are trades programs.
They did have some funding implications to programs that have impacted some of those programs, and I know
Yeah,
the visual arts was one of
Yeah,
them.
so I mean.
Yeah,
So is that it? Does anybody have any questions for me on my report?
Just, I just seen a little, I'm on Twitter, of course, and I seen Rich Coleman tweeting out about making sure that communities in the north have the health care and the housing that's needed as we move forward with this LNG business. And I just hope that they're fully aware that the north encompasses the northwest and the northeast, and that there's not going to be, we're not going to get forgotten in this rush to LNG, that they remember and that we remind them where the natural gas is coming from, and that we also have these issues.
Yeah, we did, and about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, we were in Calgary and met with all of the industry, 5 or 6 of the industry companies in Canada, Apache, ARC. There was progress, as well as the Assistant Deputy Minister of Natural Gas, as well as the mayors from the Northeast, to talk about exactly that, the planning component necessary for this region in the Northeast for the infrastructure and implications to socioeconomic factors that are going to be impacted by it. So that's and Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers were involved in that as well. And they are working with Inez Piccinino, is the Assistant Deputy Minister from Minister Coleman's office, who's in charge and responsible for the upstream stuff. So that link is now in place, and we're hoping to move that forward with CAP and industry and the ministry. So it was very good.
Yeah, good. I just, like, there's a lot of noise coming out of the Northwest about their needs, and it concerns me that, you know, it might be perceived that our needs have been met over the years or whatever, and increasingly we see our needs, you know, not being met. So as long as they're not going to forget about us and they know where this is coming, you know, where the supply for this big boom is going to come from, and that we keep on them about that.
Well, and that separate process to that was when we met with Minister Oakes, and now we've got the ADM working with the consultant we've got employed by the regional, through the Northeast Mayors Coalition group, that's now working with that as well, in terms of ensuring we bring that profile through the Minister of Communities. So,
great.
Yeah. Consent calendar.
I'll move that.
Second, Councillor Malkinson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Strategic priorities.
Nothing new on the chart, Your Worship.
Question and answer. Media questions.
I have one. I missed the last motion that was made regarding the exhibition society and the loaders and the trucks. What was that motion?
So that's for the rodeo that's taking place in the end of April at the Encana Event Center, and we're going to allocate some equipment and time for them to help move some materials in order to host the event.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure, I have some questions, but
Oh, time's up.
I'll ask you about that thing you said was good news after. That's all right.
You can ask
Perfect.
me now. It's good news, Johnny. It came in under what we thought. It's gonna happen, maybe.
I'll talk to you afterwards. Something about this.
Thank you. Committee of the Whole is going to...
He's got, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
One last thing I wanted to clarify just about the pool hall motion. Is it accurate to say what's happening is council will conditionally reapprove the license based on the building or the business license inspector being satisfied that changes have been made? Is that substantively what you voted on?
We'll ask the building inspector through administration to work with the building owner to bring us back a report with the conditions, and then we'll make that decision.
And if you're satisfied that has been met, then you will vote on whether to reestablish it?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Committee of the Whole,
There is none.
nothing?
Thank goodness, hey. It's like 20 after
So we're going to recess to closed. Moved by Councillor Wilbur, seconded by Councillor Malkinson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank
Looks like you're doing a working lunch.
To order, we have the minutes of our budget meeting of February 17th for adoption. Moved by Councillor McFadden, seconded by Councillor Kenny. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. We have a delegation this morning. Mr. Dean Clark, Regional Vice President of Global Spectrum, and Ryan McIver, General Manager of the Encana Event Center. Sorry, boys, I just didn't welcome you earlier.
Oh.
It's a hug.
It's good.
That's what I wanted. There we go.
Big hugger. Welcome back.
We're starting.
I do like cheek to cheek hugs. I'm not such a-
Get that
You
on
fully
picture
got
or
that, right?
anything? No, eh? All right.
So what we're
sorry,
gonna do,
Shannon.
at the end of this
Redo
meeting, is we're gonna clip that, and we're gonna send it to the mayor and council in Abbotsford.
I think it's a great idea.
Oh, I like
Just
it.
try and
I
do
like
it
that
after
too.
tomorrow, like Wednesday, it's Thursday. That'd be fine.
So welcome back, gentlemen.
Thank you. Last week or 2 weeks ago, it was a great opportunity to discuss and breaking it into two parts instead of trying to give all that historical narrative of the previous years in that 15-minute time frame. So with me today is Dean, and he's got some time at the end just to give from a corporate perspective and sort of that outsider perspective for you. And then we have Andrew and Shannon in the gallery as well, if there's any specific questions or anything like that I need to pass on to them. So this is an update with respect to the business plan that was presented to you in 2012. And so just really wanted to, and it's the historical narratives, just to give you, so you can see the trends and stuff like that. So first of all, some of the background I think is really important for you, as always. In 2009, the City Council at that time approved a business plan, and in 2012, a 5-year business plan was approved by you. Annually, we provide several documents to you. One is we do our own strategic priorities chart, for lack of a better word, within the building by department, and task that out. And that document and stuff is provided on to Jim. We provide an operating plan, a capital plan, and a budget, and those are provided to Ms. Wolf. And then we do an annual report, which we delivered to you this morning annually. And then we provide, and that's really after the financials are done, the audit is done. And then we also provide you August, September-ish, the Lakota Management Review and Plan as part of our management agreement. We review their stuff, what they do and how they do it, and provide that to you as well. And then just as a point of interest, because I know that every time that we've come, we always talk about when does the contract sort of end and what is that time period, right? It was a 10-year contract and it expires December 31st, 2017.
Just before you go on there, Ryan, maybe you and Shelley can speak to how your independent audit and our independent audit merge.
Sure. So we, 5 years ago, Shannon, 4 years ago, maybe, we went out to tender for an auditor, right? 4 years at the beginning. And so we, the Sander, Rose, Bone, and Grindle were the successful group. And so they do our audit. We do an interim audit, and then we do the second part of the audit. And then all our numbers are independent of, and our audit's independent of the cities. They test all aspects of the business. Our report is created, and then upon our approval, and the management, the audit, the management letters, the engagement letters, and all those documentation gets forwarded on to Ms. Wolf. And I believe, Shelley, is that you receive from your auditors, which is the same auditors, the journal entry to adopt into your system, true?
Yeah, basically, so what Ryan's trying to say in accounting terms is that we have the same auditor.
There you go.
But they're independent. But the transactions from their organization are consolidated into the city books. And basically, they do Global Spectrum's financial statements for the purpose of the city. They're not distributed to anybody else. It's for the purpose of
Because we're the shareholder, basically.
our needs, basically, so
That's
pretty much it.
Yeah, it's part of the one of the deliverables that we have to do for you as part of the contract.
In case you thought Ryan can put anything he wants down on a piece of paper and we will accept it. I'm sure nobody thought that, but in case you thought.
So the next page is sort of the historical comparison, and then 2014, which is the budget. So you can sort of see over the years 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, those are all the actual numbers for you, not the budget numbers. And so you can see the actual numbers as they roll through. from the number of events, the attendance, the operating subsidy at a loss. And then we break out as a metric the operating subsidy per event and per customer. And those, as I get into it, will fluctuate, and I'll speak to that in a few more slides. And then we just keep the average on the side, just as a sort of a litmus test for us to see how we compare.
Ryan, have you made a mistake on this historical comparison with the 2012 96 events? Is that?
No, that's true.
That's true.
That is true.
What caused the flood?
It was the last year of the Rage. And then we had the under 18, and we had curling, and then we had all the concert schedule.
And each hockey game counts as an event?
Correct.
Sure, thank you. I'm reassured that you didn't make a mistake.
So the next page is important, which is what we said we would do as per the business plan which you approved. So we really have 2 years of actual data and 1 year of what we think it's going to be in terms of the budget, right? Which has been presented to you. So really, what I see is that we're outperforming what we said in the business plan in terms of attendance, as well as in terms of the financial side of it as well. And then we just list out as part of the capital that was identified in the plan, and that shifts only just because of in terms of some of the work that's happening within the city, and we in some cases work with you to defer that. For example, this year we're asked to defer the digital highway sign because of the road work that's happening out on the highway. So just the next page or slide talks about the review as assumptions. We put several assumptions forward as part of the business plan, and so with that was the meeting space was part of the assumptions, and at this time there has been no funding or no further direction for us to move forward on the proposed meeting space or the plan that we put forward as identified in the plan. However, this year as part of the capital, we are moving ahead starting now actually on working on the south side to concrete and get rid of the dust and all the dirt and all that. And once we finish the south side, then we can see where we're at and look to move to the north side and get rid of the dirt there as well. And just by doing that has major positive implications in terms of maintenance, housekeeping, all that sort of stuff. And once those areas are concreted, we have also a bit of an ability to, once we can gain occupancy of those areas, to perhaps do pre-event stuff or post-event stuff. It just gives us a little bit more capacity to maybe do some things in those areas, where now it's just dirt and we can't do anything. Main tenant assumption, still no dialogue with us, so that sort of status quo, nothing's changed with that. We also see with assumptions that we see no significant change in the economy and no significant change in the political or administrative views of the venues in the foreseeable future, as well as the assumptions talked about a major sporting event in 2016. And as you're all aware, that we applied for in 2016 the IHF Under 18 World Championships. The site visit has been completed, and we're just waiting any week now for the results to be awarded or decided. So that's sort of out of our hands, but I feel very confident about it, but I don't make the decision. And the event industry is the other, right? We don't have control of the routing of the artists or the artist availability, and also the exchange rates have impacts on the business as well.
Just before you go on, Ryan, can you just highlight for council and for the public the kind of corporate sponsorship you were able to accumulate for an event that we're bidding on and don't even know if we're going to get?
So one of the strategies for the Under 18 event that Barry and I talked about is that if we were going to apply and make the application and make the short list, our strategy is to go after it as if we were the successful proponent. And so with that, we went after aggressively as many people as we could to secure corporate sponsorship. And I believe that we were able to secure approximately, I have it written down off the top of my head, approximately $200,000, 150, 250, 310, thank you, Samantha, $310,000 in committed cash corporate sponsorships, even before the event has been awarded. And that speaks volumes to Hockey Canada in terms of they don't have to, we believe they don't have to, it's not just like wishes and letters. These are all letters signed by businesses or corporations saying that the money's on the table and we're committed to it.
And it also speaks volumes to how the corporate community views that facility. It's a facility they wish to be affiliated with, they wish to be identified with. You should speak also about the regional district, because their commitment to that event shows the pride of ownership that our surrounding areas have also in the facility.
Does that include the provincial?
Thank you.
The money from the province?
So, I need to, I'll get back to you on the specific dollar amounts collected, but, so the regional district, I was not for it, but Samantha, who's in the gallery, and Barry went to the regional district, and we were able to secure $150,000, $50,000 a year, on the understanding that if we get the event, that the money would be there, and it's budgeted for. It was right while the Olympics were going on. Mr. Denny Morrison won his medal, and so I think all those things are positive factors, as well as just our past experience with all the other women's hosting opportunities that we've been very blessed to have, right? To have these opportunities. So having the regional district step up, the city of Dawson Creek step up, etc., as well as we positioned and worked both channels on the staff side in the ministry, but also on the political side, to have the Ministry of Community, Culture, and Rural Development to make a commitment prior to the event being announced to us, and not even sure we're going to get it, of $60,000. So between the municipality, the regional district, and the province, everyone has come on board. And if and when we get the event, that is extremely positive for the event as a whole, because that money becomes matchable to the federal government at that total amount. So that's $310,000 in terms of that's available to be matched.
So I have a question. So that 310,000 is basically government, and so
and then there's so Encana has committed $50,000. Global Spectrum Corporate has committed $15,000.
Rockwater, TransCanada,
Tourism Dawson Creek, CalFrac. So there's a substantial number of players that have come to the table with commitments, and some of the people have come to the table and says it's not our policy to identify any money at this time. However, if and when you get the event, we're in. We're just not going to promise anything to you until you actually get the event. So we feel very strongly about ARC Resources, I believe, came on for $10,000 as well. So it's a very strong bid reason for them to give us the event. So the next slide is historical comparison in terms of number of events that we have had and what the average is. You see the anomaly of 96. There's lots of reasons for that, as identified earlier. Attendance levels, you can see in the next slide. Every year the numbers are very positive in terms of the number of people going through the venue. You can see the trend line as well, that the numbers, although we have, you can sort of almost start seeing that trend. We have 2 very big years, and then the next year sort of just comes down a little bit. And I think as we go through this, we may see that as well. Every third year you're going to see a little slight drop as I see the data in front of me. But I believe that as we look to 2014 and some of the events that we're having and attendance that we're doing, that at this time it's a little too early to say, but I feel strongly that we'll be able to at least meet our budget number and perhaps exceed it in terms of attendance level.
Can I ask a question, Dale?
Yep, go ahead.
Is there a reason why 2014 your forecast, is to be lesser than the previous 2 years? What's driving? Is just availability of shows? Is it the
It's-
routing issue?
Well, so the 12 and 13, or all the previous years, are actual numbers, right? 2014 is a budget. So what we do is we take our all our events that we've done, and we use averages, and then upon the averages, we then go in further detail and go, what do we know? What's coming down the road? How popular is that artist? You know, what is the past attendance levels in that genre been? And I don't want to say we massage that number, and we come down to that number of a realistic attendance level in terms of identifying what that is by genre, by category, etc.
Yeah, but conservative.
It's conservative, but it's also based on, last year we also had 6 sold out shows, which has a huge impact, right? And in those 6 sold out shows, 2 of them alone had over 5,000 people in attendance. So that, those numbers grow very quickly once you start doing sold out show after sold out show after sold out show. The next page or slide is the operating budget, comparative year over year, and then the 2014 budget number. So you can see all the different years presented to you. 2013, as we presented to you this morning, the average. 2013's budget or 2014's budget is the same budget number as it was in 2013 at 155. So we are, we've committed to holding that line from a budget number point of view, and as always, we look to drive that bottom line to grow the revenues, manage expense, to always look to come underneath, to meet it and come underneath, and not to exceed it. But as part of our monthly financials that we provide the city, we provide rolling forecasts, documentation to give you our best outlook going forward, starting in March, every month through to the end of the year, in terms of where we believe the numbers are all going to come out. So there are it's not December and it's like surprise, positive or negative. You sort of have that understanding as you go through, all the way through. Subsidy per event, the next slide, is always an interesting slide. This is really just comes down to the event, and how this works out is some events are more expensive than others, and some are less expensive. And so if we take the numbers, as you can see, and you can see the previous years, we just take the subsidy of 155 and divide it by the number of events that were budgeted, and that's how we come to the number. So, in 2012, we had a lot of events, so that subsidy theoretically comes down. However, we also, as we've reported out, some of the challenges that we face is with the liquor policy, right? We're sort of handcuffed to some of that business, and so now we have to be we're looking to, again, change our business a little bit and do more in-house events, drive sort of those partnerships and collaboration as part of the business plan to drive that number down, or that number down for you. The next page, as we use the numbers, is subsidy per person. And so you can see, again, the historical and the average. The numbers are on trend going down, and this is really an attendance factor, right? The more people through the building, the more people that we do, that subsidy number comes down. And then, of course, the average, which, as identified. So the next part of it is the fan stats, where we sort of talk about the historical over the past 5 years, which I think is really, obviously really important. One of the things that we, in the first couple of years, we're really testing the market in terms of what shows, what genres, what time of year, etc., and we're still doing that. However, one of the things that we've heard from our fans is we want quality events, not quantity. So we've been really focused on working with our promoters and the brokers and the agents to really going off of the really strong events and not just sort of taking everything, sort of lack of a better word. So we're really focused on quality, not quantity. Obviously, event attendance is strong and growing. However, it's really determined on the diversity of the events, right? The events are stronger, and it's absolutely direct correlation between the attendance and the genre of the event.
There's also a very strong correlation between the genre of the event and the quality of the event and its impact on the business community.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
In my conversations with restaurant, hotel owners, you know what the high pure ones are.
That's right.
Others,
yeah, the impact's not necessarily there.
yeah.
A lot depends there on the nature of the customer you're bringing in. If you are bringing in an event tagged to 18-year-olds, the money that they had for the show was pretty much the money they had. They're not going to be down at Brown's later dropping a couple $100 on a meal. And one of the reasons why your customers prefer quality over quantity is that we've raised expectations so high. Believe me, when we sat around this same table before the first year it opened, our expectations were that we might, from time to time, get a Gord Lightfoot just before he passes away, or whatever old rocker got out of rehab the week before. We literally had no expectation that we were going to be bringing in acts like Luke Bryan on a regular basis. But once we did, and the community standard is, if the old rocker that just got out of rehab wants to come through, the community doesn't really buy many tickets.
And Loretta Lynn kicked all their butts.
And Loretta Lynn kicked all their
Yeah,
butts.
who knows?
Who could figure?
Who would figure?
She didn't come out of rehab.
Her husband might have been there a few times.
I think the last point with the fan stats is probably the most important one that I know that I've said before, and I know that Mr. Shute said before, is that the vision to attract people to the community, as whether it be residents, overnight visits, or day trippers, is a reality. When those taillights leaving town, trying to go to a restaurant, the number out of town people, etc., come to this community to come to our events is so true, and the following information supports that. So with that, in terms of the total ticket orders, I love this graph because it shows that the number of BC ticket orders is decreasing and the Alberta orders are still increasing. So although the number or percentage is still high, but the numbers are shrinking and growing, as well as the other is growing as well. So we are still, for Loretta Lynn, for example, we had 10 people fly from Alaska through Vancouver to come to Dawson Creek to see Loretta Lynn. Small example, but we're getting people from the Northwest Territories and Yukon to come down to these events. So the next page is more of a sort of a breakout of what I went through this morning with you. So the historical, but this is still based on ticket orders, not number of tickets, but ticket orders, and you can see the ticket orders at the bottom. So you just sort of walk through sort of the history of where the numbers are going, and going down or going up. And I think the one number that's really, for me anyways, the most telling is the Prince George number. It's really to get those people, to bring that Prince George group across the mountains to Dawson Creek, I think is really important. That they're making a commitment to drive and buy our tickets and come to our community. The next page would be the Alberta orders, and so you can see how although the total orders for BC is more than Alberta, it's just substantial. The amount of people, 50% of the people that are coming from Alberta are coming from Grand Prairie to Dawson Creek, and so they're coming, and I think it's just our opportunity as a community and as an event center to just capture that and try to take as much money as we can from them, not just from the building, but as the community as well.
Provide them the best service possible. We're not just taking money from those foundations.
Yes, sir. Yes.
But also, again, when we were sitting around the same room talking about what the facility could or couldn't be, it was identified at opening that our single largest barrier was the fact that Grand Prairie has its own event center. And really, there were no realistic expectations that we could pull that many customers from that single market, and yet we have.
Absolutely. So that's sort of the stats side. What I'm going to move into is sort of the strategic initiatives that were identified in the business plan, and us sort of updating you where they are at and where we're going. So one of them with strategic initiatives was to plan and utilize the unfinished event space and create that true event center side of it, right? So we completed the preliminary designs and was as part of the 5-year plan for you, right? 2014 includes the investment of the concreting or the finishing of that space, except for the squash court area. And so we're just pending the direction of where that goes. However, there still are short-term opportunities for us to utilize that space once it's finished. Right now we can't do anything with it except for use it as really bad storage. And however, once it's concrete and we make it occupiable, then there's some unique opportunities that may exist by utilizing that space. Again, with main tenant, nothing's really happened with that, so again, we're still open to those opportunities. Stay ahead of those trends. I can tell you that the Crystal Center last year, and I know that we provided the documentation to administration, and I believe which was Grand Prairie went through a whole business planning and architectural review of where the Crystal Center should go, the investment, and it was millions of dollars, 50s of millions of dollars to improve it and do all these different things. However, we obviously maintain a very watchful eye on our competitor down the street, and this year they're going under a $2.5–3 million upgrade of their trussing and rigging within the building. So what does that mean to us is that they now, or should have, the ability to hang the production loads of the tours that we're getting now, because they can't hang that load right now. So that competitive advantage that we have over them may diminish once they're done that. And with all accounts that we've had with them at meetings that we go to or industry conferences and our colleagues throughout the industry, is that they are coming after us and they're going to try to strongly compete with us now that they will have the ability to hang those shows. From a production point of view.
But they still don't have seating capacity.
They still don't have seating. They have a lot of other challenges ahead of them, but they'll be able to at least be able to hold the production, whereas they can't now.
What do they seat over there?
Depends on the production and
Yeah.
space and all that stuff, but I think that their capacity, depending on the show, average around 4,000, and we can, depending on the production, we put up to 5,000 into the building. So depending on the show, the production, and etc., there's potential for much more money to be made because there's more availability of seats.
Any plans in Fort St. John?
Not that I'm aware.
Other than for their major convention centre?
Not that I'm aware.
I heard that in that convention centre they were talking about performance space as well. You may want to keep an eye on that.
Yeah. If any convention space, as Dean can attest to, they can only hold so much anyways in terms of that the trim height or the ceiling heights, and so it's a different type of event experience than say a true concert experience, right? And Dean, I don't know if you have any comments on that. How you guys?
Usually in a convention center, the ceiling height's not high enough, and they just can't compete. And they don't build the convention center to have hundreds of thousands of pounds of capacity. So that's not their priority. And having a flat floor is obviously a challenge too.
Yeah.
Your capacity can't be any higher than 1,500 to 1,800.
So, with all that, we have been very successful so far in maintaining and growing our industry relationships. And I believe that you see that just based on purely on the quality events that have been coming through. We've really developed some really amazing relationships within the industry. and we are a place to play, and I know Dean will talk to that at the end. You know, we have been utilizing technology, retargeting, social media, Fan 1 technology, where there's a spelling mistake. Just I want to point that out for you before anyone else does. With that Fan 1 technology, just allows us to be more aware of using the information that we have better. And then obviously staying ahead of that, we were actively involved in the lobbying of the BC government to look to make the changes to their liquor policies and et cetera. And I know that Global Spectrum made a submission, as well as the City of Dawson Creek made a submission as well. And we're happy with the results. They just gotta accept it. Maintenance and sustainability. We implemented the South Peace Multiplex Energy Management Plan. We work in collaboration with the city on that. And we continue to work to reduce that energy consumption. We're working on the LED lighting project for the building, the heat reclaim in the Kenbork Aquatic Center, and a covering of all the dirt areas is going to have a significant impact as well. And then as we move to the outreach and coordination, we really last year stepped it up and went to Tumbler Ridge, Grand Prairie, within Dawson Creek. We did the touch truck events. And we're looking at this year with opportunities to actually do the ticketing for GrizzFest. And those conversations are happening now. Whether it happens or not, I'm not sure. But we're really, trying to look out there for, and help, and how do we grow the whole business as a whole. But as well as we've also talked to KPAC as well as helping them. And then in terms of those partnerships and events, identified as GRAD, Little Black Dress has been very, growing, helping them grow their business. The Gun and Sportsman Show, allowing them to do so much more with the facility than they used to have in the others. The Easter egg extravaganza, and so much more. And then obviously the last one as part of those strategic initiatives is the continued investment in the facility. And that is through the revised capital plan through the City of Dawson Creek, but also the reinvestment through the annual operating budget where, we're making those improvements on an ongoing basis. So I talked about it this morning, and I'm just going to highlight, I'm not sure if I'm going to go, there's one item I'm going to specifically talk about, but this is the same slide that was identified in the earlier presentation. The one that I want to draw attention to is the third from the bottom. It's called the Fun Card. So one of the things that we're looking to do is have done is we're taking a gift cards to new level, which is it's one card, and you'll be able to use it to buy tickets, buy merchandise, and buy food and beverage. We've invested in the technology that all the systems work together. So if you're thinking of buying something for family, friends, etc., strict budgets, here's $50 or whatever it is, it's on a card and they'd be able to use it at all points of purchase. So we're trying to make it convenient for the fans, the customers, for families, grandparents, whatever it might be, to give that, here's, tickets to the event and here's $40 or whatever it might be. We're trying to make it easy, saying here's one card to do everything. So we're working through those processes right now and some of the branding internally, and we're looking to roll that out in the coming months for you. So
we
with
can all use a fun card.
I need a fun
We can all
card.
use a fun card.
So you just sold my Christmas present yesterday.
Go Christmas shopping at the event center.
So that's what I have to say in terms of providing that sort of update and that more information for you. And with that, I'll leave it to Dean and maybe highlight on a few things and a few comments from your point of view.
Brian, can I just ask a question before you pass it over 2 minutes on the metrics? Do you have, as you talk about now trying to be more event focused in terms of finding that component to what's driving the attraction to the shows in our community, and which are the popular shows and which ones are. Have you ever measured the metrics of operating efficiency ratio or attendance ratio per event with a metric like that to say, Loretta Lynn as an example is 5,000 seat was the capacity. It sold 5,000. That would be 100%. And so I'm wondering if you've ever measured that attendance efficiency as a measure to say, here's how we're measuring the types of shows we're selecting for our community, and it's increasing the attendance measure for us in terms of.
Good question. I can say that the short answer is no.
but I would say that when we book the shows, one of the as part of the business plan that we do, there's two sides to it, right? Is that one is we are always looking to provide a diverse range of events to the community. We know that the younger shows, right, more revenues, they're a little bit more expenses, right, compared to, say, some of the family shows, compared to some of the older country, etc. That being said, we do use all the metrics that are available to us, revenue streams, the per caps, the staffing, etc. And we do use those numbers within the building of the budgets and the event budget. So we use it on the budgeting process and look at it that way. And we look at it after every event in terms of budget to actual. But and so we use it from really the budgeting and the show income statement side of it.
Okay.
Yeah, so actually, a couple things on that. We may have falsely given the impression here that when we say this is the average subsidy per customer or per event, that we're saying that our events lose on average that amount of money. What loses the venue money are the dark days. We don't intentionally book any event that's since the hockey team left, that's a different thing. We don't intentionally book any event that's going to lose us money. It's the overhead, it's the daily nut that we have to meet that in the dark days that leads to that subsidy. When Ryan is pitching to me an event, Ryan provides me with what any similar event in our venue has done in terms of customers. He gives me a tour history so I can look and see what that particular act has generated in terms of ticket sales in other markets that it's played. And it's a key part of our deciding whether or not to bring that event in, is whether it matches up well with events that have been successful in our community, or if it's a first timer for our community, events that have been, how that same event has been received in similar communities. So we become more and more familiar over time with each kind of act. The only thing that we really have yet to address is a current absolute top of the chart pop act. Penticton has some experience with that, but we haven't brought in anybody who is currently topping the pop charts, and we haven't brought in a 4 to 8 day family event like a Cirque du Soleil. We really need to try both of those kind of events before we'll have a full picture on what this market will do for us.
Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, Jim made some interesting comments there in response to, I guess, you started it off with some metrics and stuff. Because it is, this is not intentional, but it is somewhat misleading, when you, this is based upon Jim's comments, that some shows actually lose money, but it's those application of your fixed costs to that show. Is that, did I get that right, Jim?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, Ryan's not trying to tell you that he proposes to run 53 events this year, losing X amount of dollars per event. He intends to run 53 events this year and make money on every one of them.
Yeah.
But the money made cumulatively on those events will not get you to zero because of the significant fixed costs that there are in the building.
But with all the stats you have, you can probably readily do a cost-benefit analysis per show, ignoring your fixed costs.
Yes.
Well, in fact, we do.
Yeah,
You do?
absolutely.
We run, Ryan runs for me a report called Proposed Break-Even on every event before it's okayed. And so that tells me how many tickets he would have to sell, how many beers he'd have to sell, how many popcorns and hot dogs he'd have to sell for that particular event to break even. And then he gives a projection on what he thinks the event will actually generate based on all these other factors, what similar acts have done for us, or even that act for us before, what it's done in other venues, applying our multiples, our per cap for merchandise, our per cap for food and beverage is much higher than the industry average. So we look at all those things. We never take an event that we are sure is going to lose money, unless it's a quote loss leader, but council hears about every one of those. If I have an event that I would like you to bring in Neil Young for the branding effect, but it's going to lose money and I know so in advance, I come to you in advance on that. We've done that a couple of times in the past when we were building the facilities reputation, but we haven't done it in 4 years now.
And in some cases, some of those loss leader events that we thought were going to be actually turned out to be revenue generators.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Again, my name's Dean Clark. I'm the Regional Vice President for the Encana Center and supervise Ryan McIver.
Is that
Oh.
possible?
Bless your heart.
It's not possible. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting. I know that Your Worship, we talked the last time I was here about your competitive advantage. Your competitive advantage is sitting right here. And he's done a fantastic job. I think that corporately speaking, he's an example of how to use the resources correctly. So, you know, we're just as amazed as you guys are on their performance. And we brag about it continuously. Some of the new points that we have here are our new business. You know, we're in the midst of discussing business in Fort McMurray. We were awarded the contract in Anchorage. And believe me, the success of the Encana Center is part of that discussion. It's part of our response. We do feel that the council, Your Worship, Jim, Miss Wolf, it's so supportive that it enables us to be successful. And that we have all the arrows pointing in the right direction, and that's our competitive advantage. Councilor Wilbur did talk about we have 1,000 more seats than Grand Prairie, and that is significant. And Ryan's entrepreneurship makes it possible for these events to come here, and they walk away with a profitable night. And that is essential to your competitive advantage. And you have shown it time and time again, making the right decisions. And what amazes us is, especially the people from the USA or the lower 48 or even us Southerners in BC, is that Dawson Creek is continually part of the industry, where other northern facilities go in and out of the industry, if that makes sense. Sometimes they become ghosts for a while. We don't hear about them and they start to disappear, and all of a sudden the artists themselves or the agencies or they want to then get up and they hear from their fans and they get up into those other regions. But what we see all the time is that Dawson Creek is part of the touring structure. And that's your competitive advantage. And that stems from support from your citizens who buy tickets, who support the building, that want to be there. And that's where you're going to continue to grow. And the energy, I mean, we have to calm the energy down most times. It was a mistake to give him 2 coffees today. But it all comes from your leadership. So, you know, we're very proud of Ryan and his team.
Yay, Ryan.
Uh,
Yeah,
absolutely. But he's not going anywhere,
No.
just so you know.
No, we know that. Well, the Pacific Northwest region is growing, and you know, with Anchorage, we hope to have new business in Fort McMurray, but we're very conscientious of where we want to do business. Our clients that are here in BC, they're our family, and we want to make sure that if there's any new business that would at all interfere with your city's plans, we would come to you and we would ask permission. It wouldn't be us saying that we want to compete against you. So when we look at our strategies of BC and Alberta and Western Canada, it's to complement the communities that have supported us as a company. So I'm very focused on growing our business, but I'm also very focused on making sure that this business makes selfishly Penticton stronger, Abbotsford stronger, and certainly Dawson Creek stronger. So that's how we design our business. To say that we would want to be in Grand Prairie, no, I don't think so. You know, to say we might want to be in Prince George or Kamloops, that would strengthen our business, yeah, I think we would. So, so that collaboration is going to make us stronger. What that does for us is it gives us more opportunities to discuss lower costs when it comes to artists by having more tours under our control. There's been a change at corporate. Our owner, Peter Luco, and our president left the company early December. and there were some changes. Sorry, I guess it was earlier than that. It would have been end of November. Peter was with us for 25 years. He has older sons that are playing hockey, and he wanted certainly to spend a lot more time watching them than looking on the phone and stats. And so he's really been getting back to some gardening leave and watching his sons play hockey. With that, Comcast Spectacor has a new president, Dave Scott, and with that, Comcast and NBC Universal has really been encouraged, enthused by the business, and put some resources. They're trying to align their corporate policy with ours, trying to bring us to a new level. They're a massive, massive company, and so we're just aligning some of our policies. And we have a revised travel and entertainment policy that sort of matches what Comcast does. Comcast, because they're such a large corporation and they're regulated with their anti-corrupt or their anti-competition laws, so some of the things have changed just to put us more on an ethical business standard. So it's been good for us. After that, what we see is just a lot of energy coming back into our company at a top leadership, and that's been trickling down. How that affects us, not having many Comcasts or markets in Canada is yet to determine. But it's been my pleasure to be here. I don't know if there's any questions on sort of our corporate future and what we're doing in the Pacific Northwest, but we hope all accounts are like this. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the gentleman?
I would say it's not my question, but my granddaughter wants to know when you're going to have something like Sesame Street come back because she's feeling ripped off.
That's all.
But the Backstreet Boys are coming. You can take Backstreet.
She's not into the Backstreet Boys. She's 6.
Stay tuned.
Just no pressure. Just
No
letting
pressure.
you know.
You mentioned that you haven't tried a contemporary pop group.
Correct.
Who would that be? I don't know any of them.
Rihanna's a perfect example.
Go.
Go for it. Top 40 radio. So urban, Drake. I mean, I can rattle off a number of people for you.
Would make
I
that
listen to Loretta Lynn.
Councilor McFadden, you might not know.
Well, that's the issue for our,
to get that.
so the only routing that we have examined over the past few years on that was a routing that went to Penticton, didn't come here. We couldn't make it work for us, but I'm not sure it worked for Penticton.
No, certainly didn't.
So Top 40 doesn't sell?
I think it's what we're experiencing, and this happens to us pretty much on a regular basis, where the new fans of music, the way they experience music is different all the time. Where, I'll date myself. I come from tapes, not quite records, but tapes and CDs. And, every second Thursday I spent $20 on a tape and a CD, and I got to go home and listen to it. Well, I can download anything I want with this supercomputer that's in my hand. So every 5 years or so, our new fans, these 7 to 16-year-olds, they have a new way of adapting to their music. So if they miss a concert, it's not that big of a deal because they can just access whatever they want on YouTube or a video, and the artist is willing to make money on that. You can see the event. So it is a challenge. That's why you've seen artists like Steve Miller, who's 70 years old, still playing to sold out shows. It's because the people who are his fans are trained to go see him live. The other thing too is in our industry we've seen a resurgence of festivals. These kids now want to go to that festival atmosphere. They're so busy with their schooling pressures or their sports pressures or their social that they're making friends probably in other communities, and a festival or 2 or 3 day weekend becomes a meeting point for them once a year to meet up, or twice a year to meet up, and that's becoming how they now experience their music. There's a lot of value to that money. It's a way to finally connect, but then they go back to their little hubs and their phones, and so, you know, I think if you want to be risk adverse, you do classic rock and you do country. Now, country is different too. Country, if there's a new, it's. I think the country fans are more into that regular basis of meeting, and it's more of a social type of genre, and so they allocate their budgets, you know, every 3 or 4 months to make sure that they get together, and it is more of that socialness that genre dictates, and the other genres just don't do it. I mean,
Ryan, I will be your faithful friend for life if you bring Tina Turner to Dawson.
Yes.
Did we record that?
Oh my.
Faithful friend.
I'll write it on the list. I'm gonna write it right down.
Tina
Top of the
Turner,
list.
really?
I love Tina Turner.
You're the best, simply the best.
You didn't know who Loretta
Better than all the
Lynn
rest.
is.
Tina Turner.
So is there anything further?
I have 3 DVDs of Tina Turner. I want to see her live.
You have it?
Never seen her live.
Anything further for our guests?
Oh, got your work cut out.
So again,
Thank
you guys,
you.
thanks very much for
Thank
giving
you.
us the update.
Great.
I think Jim said it. The success of this event center for our community puts a spotlight on us, and we should really be leveraging it at every opportunity, in my view. I appreciate the work that you guys have done in helping us get there.
Awesome. Thanks for having us. See you next year.
Thank you.
Good job.
Oh, we'll see you.
Tina,
Maybe.
Tina for 2015.
Yeah, or we'll just send you a registered letter with the bad news.
We'll see him tomorrow.
Send you a registered letter with the bad news.
Item 4.
So funny.
All right, here.
Sorry, is everybody leaving?
Oh, I'm just waiting for.
Chase, you know.
My internet
Waiting
isn't
for-
working anymore.
Oops. My tablet, I went to push the button and it went.
I got a DVD called Tina Turner's Last Concert in London.
So she
So I
doesn't
got-
do
What
concerts
a
anymore.
request.
Well, no, this
Sesame
is what it
Street.
says.
Oh.
I go to London Drugs
Oh
in
my
Grand
goodness.
Prairie, and there's a Tina Turner Last Concert in
It
Amsterdam.
was in mine.
So I buy that.
That helped.
And the third one's a free stuff, just incredible. My granddaughter's, the last one, I thought the one from London was risque enough. The one from Amsterdam had it cold. So, my 2 girls who do dancing, right? 2 granddaughters, they're telling me about some of the moves these dancers are doing, you know? Ah.
All right.
So we have item 4. I'm going to move on.
Does everybody want to do like a Chinese fire drill?
What's that?
Like how?
No?
Yeah.
Well, you
sure.
get up and you walk around the room and go back to your chair. Everybody looks a little bit
No, we're
exhausted.
good.
What
Well,
am I
we
doing
could
now?
get up and run downstairs and come back.
Item 4.1, we have a report number 14062 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding our 2014 5-year financial plan update. Councillor Schumann.
I would move that report number 14-062 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding our 2014 5-year financial plan update report be received. Further, that the revisions presented in this report regarding the 2014 financial plan be approved. Further, that the assumptions used in preparing the 5-year plan be approved to follow the information to be presented at the next public consultation meeting on April 29th, 2014, and used to finalize the 2014 5-year financial plan.
Thank you.
I'll second that
Second,
motion.
Councillor Wilbur. Discussion? Ready for the question? All in
No,
favor?
wait.
Sorry?
Are we gonna get a overview from Shelley there?
I think it's all there.
Yes, you
It's all
can.
I'd love to.
Okay.
Just before I get into that report, Councillor Parslow had asked for what the debt servicing was on 5 million versus 8 million this morning.
Yeah.
So that's, with principal and interest over 20 years is about 418,000 compared to 634
So
on 8. So it's about 216
per year
less,
for 20 years.
20 years,
So that's what, 4 million something?
5 million.
There's some more good news, Johnny.
5 million.
The principal's 5 million versus 8 million?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, but the
418
carrying, the
418.
financing that of that,
418.
418, thank you. Per year, as opposed to
About 634, I think, was the number.
$250,000
Quarter of a million.
times. Yeah.
20 years.
Sweet. It's good.
20 years or 10?
20.
20.
20 year.
Quarter of a million.
That's good.
What's the total there? What would we be paying on debt servicing total?
On 8 it was 5, so on 5 it is
418, she said.
You're
Right.
basically paying an additional 5 million in interest.
Hmm.
If you do a 20-year term,
yeah.
that's what, it's usually the same principle that you pay, and then you get sinking fund investments that offset your principal payments.
Yeah.
Great.
So anyway, just to go through this a little bit. So the first thing I just wanted to mention is that we received 6 responses from the first public consultation, and they were all positive.
Wow.
I'm not sure if I would take that as a definitive let's go, but we had 6.
Shelley, was that 6 sent by email, or was it gathered at the?
Gathered.
It was gathered at the first consultation.
That's correct. Yep. So basically, at this meeting, what I'm doing is putting through the changes that you've approved into the 2014, and then making assumptions to carry over the 5-year. And those are the items that are highlighted in the report. Assessments, 3% growth. And I've commented that this is conservative, but it's always better to put your revenues, forecast your revenues conservatively. Holding the tax rates at the 2014 level. A 5% growth rate on fair share. And then a sewer fee increase to cover the debt servicing on the sewer trunk line. Now, the amount in this report is higher than what I was talking about originally, and that's just to generate a little bit more money for capital upgrades, because as we go through the 5-year and we put all the capital in, everything has to balance. So I think the first amount that I had spoken to you about was about $34 bi-monthly, so that's what that's about. And then on the other income and spending, I used a 2.5% inflationary factor in 2015 because of the union contracts that were approved, and it's basically software restrictions. You can't do multiple inflation factors, and then back down to 2 again. And then basically anything that I know is true or known is adjusted.
Yeah.
Then we put through the capital investments that the budget managers put forward. I do not vet them. That's up to council to vet those projects, but I think this year as we go through the capital asset management plan, we will bring you a 5-year plan that has detail behind it. Right now, I have the detail, but it's not put to you, and we don't go through each project line by line, but it's basically they've said they need this, it's in the 5-year, gets put in, and I look to make sure that it balances. And if it doesn't balance, then we have some problems with the assumptions, and then I change them and what have you. So I just want to point out item 10. So in the 5-year, we're starting to see fiscal gap issues. So what that means is, based on the assumptions that we've used, moderate growth, 5% on the fair share, the capital infrastructure needs required, an inflationary factor of 2.5 to 2, things are starting not to balance. 2015 to, or 2016, no, it's 2015 to 2018, I took out additional debt because the debt servicing costs are reaching $5 million. So once I did that, a few other things were removed. In Canna Center, had the 2.5 and then the 2, and then I brought it down to a subsidy of 1.5. So I flatlined some big expenditures going through to 2018. So I just want you to be aware of that is happening as you go incrementally, as your service requirements keep on increasing. The tax rates held at 516 and 1675, and a fair share of 5% are starting to gap. So you will need growth through market or construction to basically continue the 2.5 or 2% inflationary factor. And then I just provide you with some, they're basically some summary sheets that show the information. And if you approve them as a council, then I basically just finish off balancing everything. If you need a change in them, or you don't agree with one of the assumptions, and that change can be accommodated as well. So it's basically a preview of the actual bylaw document.
Okay. Thank you, Shelley. Councillor Malkinson?
I thank you very, very much, Shelley. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the things that you've identified. I was curious, one thing that came to mind as I was looking it over was the estimation of increase in residential, commercial, and industrial assessment being 3%. And you say that you consider that to be conservative or robust?
Conservative.
Okay. Well, I just think of our discussion this morning around, and this could be way, way off base, but provincial estimates for this area being, maybe that's different than, you know, the actual growth in town. Yeah, because the
That's
value
population.
of property. Pardon me?
That's population, I think.
3%? Or just 1% is population, 3% is the actual...
Construction and market
understand.
value.
I
And that's
understand.
only based on the last probably 3 or 4 years. It's been different on residential and different on business, but it's been anywhere from 9% last year. It was 11% for this year.
Mhm.
But again, when you get to the actual year, you're balancing market in there as well. So that was one thing that we had this year that we haven't had previously, was the appeals on the revised roll with an effect to the tax revenue of $158,000. That's very high for us. Just the first time it's been over $100,000 that I've seen on the adjustment. So there was a appeal, big appeal, and it was basically a piece of property that was commercial was appealed, and it got changed to farm.
To farm?
Yeah, we should point out that that's a transitory situation, though. It's the bare land parcel across from the old hydro building, which, as you know, there are consistently development proposals being generated on that property, but none has come to fruition. So the owners asked for farm classification for this taxation year because it's basically going to be a hayfield this year. But we are certain it's going to develop over time. So that will reverse itself. It's just that in this one particular year we have this issue.
Councillor Parslow?
I just got one question, and then I'd like us to have a discussion about one matter to do with this presentation. Jim, you and I, with Duncan, talked about the art gallery.
Yes.
And I looked at the 5-year capital plan in this package of information, and Duncan has over 2 years, 175,000 in the 5-year plan. 1 year expenditure of 100, another expenditure of 75, beginning in 2015. I just flagging that. Is that sufficient? That's just a concern, not really germane to what we're approving here, but just a flag.
I honestly don't know the genesis for those two numbers.
Yeah.
I know that,
Which facility were you speaking?
Art gallery.
So the work this year at the art gallery is designed around drainage. So there is a constant issue with water infiltrating underneath the skirting of the building and into the foundation area. So this year, there's going to be drainage swale that will run west to east and remove the water that sits there. And there's going to be sealant to prevent it going into the crawl space or foundation. And then next year, the hope is to paint the building. That's my understanding.
Yeah, through your worship, the 100,000 is painting, and then in 2017, it's art gallery flooring. So there must
Right.
have been a request for flooring.
So my question is, maybe I didn't speak louder. My question is, Shelley, is that enough, given what we're spending at the NAR and the fact that there would be need for lead abatement, I think it's the term, given what we're spending this year, the NAR station's about $250,000.
Yeah, through your worship, I think the way that the budget managers do this is they collect the data or the quotes at one period in time.
Yeah.
Which is probably.
There was a quote at one period of time, right?
I would expect.
Yeah.
Duncan's pretty good with his backup information, and then you get more information, i.e. there's lead in the paint. So then what happens is when we get to the current year's budget, then everything starts getting prioritized.
Specified, yeah.
Right, so they update their quotes. If it comes in more, then they'll take out something, and that's basically how the process.
The next point is germane, I think, to our budget this year. One of the things that two people have spoken to me about, and I must admit, I also share the questions I've been asked here. And it's all to do with borrowing for the sewer trunk line. Question basically is, why would we spend all that money servicing the debt when we do have some capital money in both the sewer capital and water capital? So I'm asking that question because I'd like to, I know there's a policy that the city has, policies can be changed, that basically says something like water capital stays for water capital, sewer. But it seems to me that given our updated information on water and the regenerative qualities of Bear Hole Lake and the questionable need now for an above-ground reservoir, why wouldn't we apply some of this capital money to this very needed project, which is going to happen regardless where we find the money?
You want to take that? You want me to?
So a couple of things on that. Council's policy since incorporation has been that your most important and vital work is water and it is sewer, and that you will never put either of those services at the vagaries of taxation revenue. They will, or grants, they will always be user pay. So both of those utilities are set up so that whatever the actual cost is, the users pay. The rationale for that is people never, you struggle with the expectations of people around subsidy. If you give a grant for one annual event, pretty soon the person's there asking for support for a second event. If you give $25,000 to step up and ride, then they come and ask for 60. Your water and sewer utilities have never been that. They have always been the users pay what it costs. And so they have a true picture of what it costs. Your water capital fund, there's very little money in the sewer capital reserve. In the water capital, it is generated from the surcharge you're making on industry. And so industry was told when that was put in that that money was being reserved for these issues around your water system. Now, you are working through a process where you decide what you're doing with your water system. And if you're building a pipeline, believe me, that money that you have accumulated to date will be gone on engineering in no time at all. It would be possible for you to take a different stance. Many communities do. Many communities pay for their water and sewer out of general taxation. You could do that. You could commingle your funds. You could say instead of a water utility and a sewer utility, you would have only one, and that would be a water and sewer utility. Prince George has a storm sewer utility. They have a snow removal utility. You can set up utilities for whatever you wish. You haven't done those decisions, though. We'd need a specific direction for you to do that. I think you'd want to look very carefully at it, and if the goal is to avoid indebtedness, then you are making the assumption that debt is bad and evil all by itself, but it is not. You say you don't want to burden future generations with debt, but if taxpayers 10 years from now are going to use a sewer line, why would they not pay for it? Are you wishing to gift sewer to people 10 years from now? If you don't, debt is a way of making each year's sewer users pay for the costs of that year's sewer. So if you pay for cash, what that means is that property we were just talking about develops, everyone there gets free sewer because you've already billed the existing taxpayers for sewer. The reason you use debt in your utilities is to spread the cost of the facility out over the number of years it's going to be used. Because it's a different thing than operational borrowing. Operational borrowing says we're going to take something today and we're going to make our kids pay for it. We're not allowed to do that. Municipalities, if we take debt out, we're saying if our kids are using sewer 20 years from now, they should darn well be paying for sewer. Why should they get a free ride? That's how we use debt in municipalities. It's a completely different thing than what you hear about from the federal and provincial governments. You're just never going to convince me that debt is evil. That's a tool. It's a financial instrument. It's the underpinning of our economy. In my wallet, that's a debt instrument. Without debt, we're on barter. That's not evil. That's a really good tool in some things, and it's particularly a good tool in sewer and water utilities. End of rant.
You didn't add a hashtag, but good job.
Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree or agree. I certainly like, as I've shared before, the Australian system that I learnt about at UBCM. So just following Jim's comments, about people, future generations who are sharing in the benefit of the sewer trunk line, let's say, as we use one specific line, are helping to pay for it. That's a very valid philosophy. And my thoughts went to, isn't that the underpinning? Councillor McFadden was at the same workshop. He's not here to see if I'm right, but my impression was that is the underlying philosophy of the Australian system, whereby when you build an asset, such as the Encounter Event Centre, for the community, which is going to be enjoyed by the community for a lifespan, let's say an expected lifespan of 50 years, but you immediately begin to have like a service charge in your budget whereby you're accruing monies that will be used to replace it. Mm-hmm. So it seems to me, and maybe if staff is aware of the Australian system more than I am, it seems the philosophy that Jim just shared as it relates to utilities is applied to all capital assets in that Australian model, which has been some municipalities in BC are working hard to aspire to, so that all generations are benefited, but they're also always paying. And it isn't just for the utilities. I dislike debt intensely. I see it as before we even start budgeting, we've got $4 or $5 million, right, to budget for servicing the debt. And as we look at financial challenges, any way we can reduce the debt and pay cash is always appealing to me. Anyway, that's all I have to say at the moment on that topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
Further
comments
discuss-
about the Australian system? I mean, I'd really like to know if you know more about it.
So when we get to fiscal gap discussion, what we have to discuss with the community is it sufficient to budget only for your operations, your services, and your growth-related infrastructure, or do you really need to budget for the replacement of your existing infrastructure as it ages? Tangible capital assets is designed at you knowing what that number is. So the provincial government has changed accounting standards. Actually, the Institute has changed accounting standards for municipalities so that we are required now to gather that information and report it to council, so that you will know the lifespan of your assets and notionally what it will cost to replace them. So then it is up to each council whether or not they make allowances for that. Surely our recommendation is going to be exactly what you're talking about, that we do make allowance for that. However, that means that comes at it's generated in several ways. It could be, and you see actually all the scenarios in the report on the water pipeline, because it's looking at exactly that. So that can be funded through fees and charges going up. That can be funded through taxes going up. Or if the tolerance for fees and charges has reached its limit, and if the practical limits of taxation have been reached, then it has to be funded by diminishing expenditures elsewhere. And so the difficulty in it is making those future-looking provisions means delayed gratification. It means people pay now for something that they will get in the future, as opposed to debt, which means they get it now and pay in the future. So it is not actually symptomatic of the people who come in front of council that they're interested in paying you now for something that they will not get, but a future generation will. In fact, there's been blessed little of that in your time on council, or actually on anyone's time in council. It's not how people tend to see the equation of taxation. In fact, they tend to portray that as overtaxation. If they are paying now for something that they may in fact never be able to use, maybe a future generation that uses it.
Seems to,
Thank you.
seems to be a much more sustainable framework to approach things in, though. And I am not in the interest of getting into an argument or anything like that, but you know, if there's a way that you can, you know, regardless of obligations to future generations and who pays what, you know, I think everybody could agree to pay, you know, $1 million less on servicing rather than paying for it over a longer period of time. Well, that's an opinion, I guess. But yeah.
Well, one of the things we discover in these conversations, and we will through the fiscal gap, which is designed at generating these community conversations, is you have, not to put too fine a point on it, but people don't tend to reason particularly well when it comes to government. When you go into Safeway and a loaf of bread costs more today than it did last year, you don't throw a fit and say the management must be incompetent and the board of directors of Safeway have got to be fired. You take it as a given that the price of bread will go up over time, or the price of a car will go up over time, or the price of anything will go up over time. It's just something that you've been internalized to believe, because we haven't seen deflationary times basically on an extended level since the 1920s or 30s. But for government, everyone believes it should be cheaper tomorrow than it is today, or at a minimum, it should be the same tomorrow as it is today.
Yes, yep.
That's practically impossible. So people need to make the next leap, which is if they wish their taxes to never go up, they have to understand that means their services are going to go constantly down. They're not there yet. Your citizens aren't that way. No citizens in any community are that way. They all continue to believe there is some magic way that services government provides will cost less tomorrow than they do today. It's not going to happen. So the reconciliation of those two things is the essence of the discussion on fiscal government.
Councillor Schumann?
Yeah, so in my private life, when I'm running my own finances, my whole goal is to get out of debt and pay off the mortgage and get down the credit cards, et cetera, because I do want to retire. But the tool of debt at the municipal level, like really, I don't know when the city of Dawson Creek is planning to retire and needs to be completely debt-free and...
Well, Taylor's planning it 2 years from now.
Yeah, well, I think that Jim is absolutely correct in the fact that it's a tool and that everybody should have a kick at the can for paying for these things and not just the people of today.
But
So,
We're going
Cut.
in circles, I suppose.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? We have a motion?
No,
For
this-
Councillor McFadden, this is the adoption of the 5-year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a motion to
We'll do that.
receive it? Okay, well, it's moved and seconded.
just
It was a
voting,
while ago.
voting.
Shelley gave her update on it. Is there any further discussion or questions, comments on the motion? You ready for the question? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Anything further for us on our budget meeting? Jim?
Through your worship, I wonder if we could talk to you about, in the past, you've made the commitment, council's made the commitment over the last 3 years that the questions raised at the budget meetings will be, an answer will be authorized by council and read out at the next meeting. Those of you who are at this year's budget meeting know that the mayor fully addressed all aspects of every question asked, and we have the minutes of that. And yes, Shelley and I could propose to reword the mayor's answers or contradict the mayor's answers, but we don't feel very comfortable doing either of those things. And so we suggest that this year what you do is hand out the minutes of the previous meeting to anyone attending. Again, attendance was very low. Certainly speaking afterwards to the folks who asked questions, they felt they had been fully answered. If there are new folks there, then they can have a look at the questions and answers from the previous meeting, and then maybe that'll give them some gaps they'd like to ask. But I don't know if there's any point in Shelley and I bringing you proposed answers to read off.
So do you want a motion that the minutes be distributed in lieu of answers?
That's, we would like
So
that,
moved.
yes.
Moved by Councillor Parslow, seconded by Councillor Malkinson. Discussion? I wasn't aware that was a process that we did, and I
Yes,
thought it-
that was clear.
I thought I was supposed to answer them when they were posed to me,
Yeah.
so.
Well, the way it worked out.
It was fine.
It worked out
Thank you.
fine, nothing.
All right.
The notion of the other is that, you know, these are council budgets, so
Yeah.
we need to talk about it as a council.
We have also in the past had pretty detailed questions that we couldn't have answered at that meeting, or suggestions. So, you know, in the past, we've had a suggestion to authorize a different capital project or adjust a service, and then council considers it and brings back the consideration, but we actually got no questions like that this year.
Okay, thank you. All
Maybe
those in
they'll
favor?
happen next meeting.
Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. Anything further, Jim?
No, you,
We have
as
a-
you know, you have a closed
We have a close
delegation at
3
3.
o'clock.
25 minutes.
oh, good.
But you might want
I'm gonna do that
to
fire drill.
do media questions now.
Do you have any media questions?
No.
I should eat the fruit and then take it
Just
right
take-
because it means.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Malkinson, Councillor Kennedy, all in favor? Opposed? Carried.